5, 4.
All right. We'll call to order this regular scheduled council meeting for Monday, February 22nd at 6:30 p.m. Here in just a second, we'll have our invocation by Councilmember Woody Owens, followed by our pledges to both the American and Texas flags by our City Attorney, Darren Coker. So if you would all please stand.
You'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, one and indivisible, with justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right. With that, we'll move on in our agenda to just our roll call or in clarification of our certification of our quorum. We do have a quorum. I will state that all members of the council are present. Mr. Kamkar is virtual. The rest of the council members are here in chambers. So with that, I'm going to move towards citizens' comments and Mayor Pro Tem Hernandez to introduce those.
Thank you, Mayor. It looks like this evening we do have 4 speakers in person, and we have 2 speakers virtual on a specific item this evening. First, we will call up Mr. Jeffrey Hunkley. If you would, please state your name and address for the record. Limit your comments to 3 minutes, and I'll let you know whenever your time is running a little bit low. Thank you for being here.
My name is Jeff Hunkley, 3912 Oakwood Drive North, Pearland, Texas, 77581. I first want to thank Mayor Cole for his leadership during the winter storm last week. Your videos were very informative without being overwhelming. I also appreciate all the time and effort you put forth during last week of having to carry the city's problems on your shoulders. I know we as a city learned a lot from this situation and will work to better prepare as best we can at the city level for this ever happening again. Even though you mentioned the long hours and countless phone calls, I want to commend you on a job well done and thank you for your service and guidance during this event. I also wanted to give an update on the excessive water bill item I spoke about during the last council meeting. I reached out to the elderly citizen and she has confirmed the city did credit her account the maximal allowable leak amount, and she was very surprised and happy. I was glad the city took her personal interest in her account and worked with her to find a quick resolution. Staying on the topic of water billing, I know some of the citizens were concerned with last week's winter storm affecting their sewer seasonal average that includes month of February. Since many had the drip faucets to prevent their pipes from freezing, and to those unfortunate individuals that had pipes burst and flood their homes with unconsumed water, this could adversely affect their rates for the year. In reviewing the supporting documents for new business agenda item number 2, it states the sewer seasonal average not to exceed 12,000 gallons for new residents and not to exceed existing customers determines sewer seasonal average. I am hoping during that presentation, it would verify that the city intends to use the same average from last year, or at least exclude the events that were experienced during the winter event last week in their calculations, so as not to skew the rates that will affect the citizens for the entire year. Any clarification on this matter would put some of the citizens' minds at ease. Finally, I want to inquire if the new meters were rated for the temperatures that were experienced during last week's storm. Are there any warranty exclusions from the manufacturers in case they were damaged due to the extreme temperatures? I know as of last night, my meter was submerged in water, and I am concerned it was compromised during the storm, but I am hesitant to drain the water since I don't want it to be blamed in case the meter is damaged. However, I don't want to be surprised with a high water bill due to a leak that went undetected. Any guidance you can give to citizens in this same situation would be greatly appreciated. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Hunkley. We appreciate those comments. Next, Mayor, we have Mr. George Baltrakevich. If you would like to make your way to the podium. And please state your name and address for the record. Limit your comments to 3 minutes. We do have the timer up there for you. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, everyone. My name is George Baltrakevich. I live at 1915 Winding Creek Drive in the Wood Creek subdivision. And I just needed a moment of your time to see if I could get some assistance. I have on my street, the sewer line that runs in the street is actually caving in. It's pretty bad in front of my house. It's sunk about 2 to 3 inches over the past year. And my neighbor down the street, she also has even a deeper sinking happening in front of our house at 1925 Winding Creek. Over the past year, I've sent through the website specifications on that in a little video. I never heard anything back. I've called 2 or 3 times, and so has my neighbor. So I just spoke before the meeting started to Mr. Epperson and made him aware of the situation. And he said he would look into it for me further, and that's all I'm looking for because, like I said, after repeated calls, there's been no communication back saying, hey, we're sending a crew out to look, or hey, we have a schedule happening to repair it a month from now, 2 months from now. Just need a little assistance, and I appreciate your time and appreciate Mr. Epperson taking a personal interest.
Thank you, Mr. Baltrakevich.
And before we move on, I just wanted to make sure that, so Trent, you are going to get with the gentleman? Good.
Okay, Mayor, next we have Mr. Alan Smith. Mr. Smith, if you would like to make your way up to the podium, please state your name and address for the record. We will list 3 minutes up there. Please limit your comments to the 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Alan Smith. I live at 3510 E Broadway on 29 Broadway. I'm a fellow resident of Pearland, Texas, and 6th grade student at Alexander Middle School. While riding to school one morning, I noticed this sign on Magnolia Street that displayed the population of our town. I wanted to share this idea with you that I had to prevent crashes and injuries at intersections in Pearland. If there were LED red lights attached to the streets light bar that displayed interesting facts about Pearland or general trivia, it would change periodically. People would be encouraged to look up at the light instead of paying attention to their smartphones. I feel that bringing their attention to the road would decrease automobile accidents in Pearland. Thank you for your time and listening to my idea.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith, for that input and feedback. We really appreciate those suggestions. Next, Mayor, we have Ms. Carol Arts-Buchek. And you know the drill.
I do. Thank you, Councilman Hernandez. My name is Carol Arts-Buchek, President and CEO of the Pearland Chamber of Commerce, 6117 Broadway, Pearland, Texas. And I'm here to tell you that we've productively been organizing the Snowvid 2021 State of the City, and my 19th State of the City, and my last as President and CEO of the Pearland Chamber. We're very excited about having it First Church. We have a capacity of 275. Today we had 30 seats left, and that's it. We're at 75% capacity due to the Brazoria County recommendations. I'm very happy to tell you that the Chamber has never closed through COVID 2019. We were open every day. The only thing that made us close was no electricity at Snowvid 2021. We opened up on Thursday, a half a day, and then on Friday. It was very challenging for everyone, of course. I didn't have to be out like Public Works was out, but at home, I could have worked on projects, but I couldn't because we had no electricity. It was so cold. I was trying to do some grouting. It would never dry. So, and I know I'm not the only one. It's just like COVID. Everybody has been affected by COVID, and we were all affected by this icy snowstorm that we've had. And I'm very proud to say that we started having events in June with safety procedures, and we have not had any major issues by having events. People have come because they wanted to come. We've had our regular monthly lunches. We had our banquet that was awesome in January. So I hope those of you who are comfortable coming to come and hear our Mayor Kevin Cole's first State of the City address. And we want to support him and all of our city councilmen, our city staff, and all of the divisions that they have worked so hard throughout this last week. And let's see, I think that's it. So hope to see you Thursday. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. That concludes our speakers for the open forum. Thank you all for your input. We really appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you, Carol, for that. And we look forward to Thursday and the address. And I think we'll have a good time. And I think the crowd will be good. And I do want to reiterate what Carol said with the chamber events. They've been good for the last several months, and all the safety procedures that you guys have put forth, even taking temperatures as people come in. I assume that will be going on Thursday as well, and certainly encouraging people to wear a mask and those kind of things. So I really do appreciate that. Moving forward in our agenda, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Hernandez, for leading us through our citizens' comments. We're moving to the consent agenda, and I have had the request to pull item A from consideration, which means we really don't have a consent agenda any longer. But I will ask, Mayor, excuse me, hang on a second. I'm going to ask Councilmember Orlando if he would put item B on the table.
Consideration and possible action, resolution number R 2021-37. So moved.
Second, Hernandez.
We have a motion and a second. Since this is a consent agenda item, Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote? Item B.
Aye.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Kamkar?
Aye.
Member Little?
Aye.
Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
The motion carries 7-0.
All right. With that, we'll move back to matters removed from consent agenda, which would be item A. Councilmember Carbone, would you place that on the table?
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration possible action, resolution R 2021-32. So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Since this was pulled, staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. Item A is a recommendation for design services with Dannenbaum. This is for one of the many mobility projects that we're looking forward to moving forward. Probably much anticipated. That's Smith Ranch Road, north-south road, just east of 288. This is a project that's is going through the design phase and with some requirements of Greater Houston the HGAC for the funding of that. They had to move some monies around, and that delayed moving forward on the land acquisition. That delay then caused us to have to go back and redo some of the survey and property work before we could be authorized to go forward on the right-of-way acquisitions. And so this contract, in large part, recognizes that. We will be going, as it's described in the memo, back to HGAC and looking for assistance with a 80-20 split on that as well. So nothing to add further.
All right, thank you. I believe Councilmember Perez, you pulled this.
Thank you, Mayor. I think just because of the nature of the change, that it required some public discussion, maybe a little bit more detailed information as to what they're providing in this scope, at least for presentation to the public. So can you maybe in a little bit more detail, other than just going back and resurveying, kind of explain what it is that they're particularly modifying, or what they're modifying in their scope, and how they determine that value?
Beyond what I said or the memo, or
A little bit more detail beyond what you had said.
right? No.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So some of the survey work has to be redone to ensure ownership has not changed as part of the land acquisition process. And then some of the appraisal work that was completed has to be redone because of the passage of time that occurred between when we were first given the basically the go-ahead that we were going to be able to start land acquisition, and when the issue was discovered with the funding, to where TxDOT and HGAC had to go back and reconstitute that, and now we've gotten to the point again where we can move forward. And then because of the extended duration of that, there's some additional scope in there for project management and the work associated with that.
So are they actually going out there and physically re-verifying the boundary, or are they just doing title work?
So the surveyor, I don't know if they have to physically go back out in the field, but the bigger portion of this is really with the appraisals and the land acquisition groups, is my understanding.
Okay. I apologize to put you on the spot. It just because the value, and I mean, it's essentially 25% of the overall value of the project. I think it's probably good that we had some public discussion of this item rather than just approve it on consent agenda. So I appreciate that. I don't have any objection to us moving forward with the item.
Any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, it's call for the vote.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Kamkar? Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Little? Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
The motion carries 7-0 to adopt resolution number R 2021-32.
And I would like to apologize to Councilmember Kamkar. I didn't look up at the camera to make sure that you did not have a question on that before we move forward, but I know you voted in favor of it, but I appreciate that. I'll make sure that I am looking up there. So moving on to new business items, I will state we're going to move new business item number 3 to a future agenda when we get to that item. Having said that, we'll move to new business item number 1. This is just input and discussion and recommendations from the Utility Billing Ad Hoc Committee. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to, well, let's just put it in new business item number 2. Can we put those together, Darren?
Yes, those actually don't require a formal motion on these two items. So you can actually just combine all that together in one. Right. It's been clarified for the record. Thanks.
Yeah, let's go ahead and just items 1 and 2, obviously our quarterly utility billing update. In addition, I think part of that update also does talk about the input and discussion on the utility billing ad hoc advisory committee's recommendations for I think they have 7 recommendations for tonight. So with that, we'll throw it to a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to further clarify that a little bit, we did separate those. The ad hoc advisory committee has had several meetings, and the group of things that you referenced are really just, I guess, concurring with many of the agreed to items from the initial report. And so there wasn't a lot of need for deep dives on those, but they wanted to put those off to the side so they can get into the rest of the work after they did give it due consideration. But as you referenced, we do have our quarterly review, and I'll turn that over to Mr. McCarter. Is going to go through the presentation we have for that, just to bring you up to speed on a variety of items, including some ordinance changes that we'll be bringing forward in the near future. So,
and while Mr. McCarter's getting queued up, just to remind the public as well as the council, the ad hoc committee were supposed to meet last Monday as well. Of course, everything got hijacked, or they would have had probably a few more recommendations to have gone by to have ready for tonight. But as we stated, they're trying to work through some of those recommendations from Raftellus sooner rather than later, and move those to us so those don't get held up by them nor the council for staff to start implementing. With that, Mr. Carter, I didn't mean to hold you up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here with you tonight to present this utility billing quarterly update. Before we dive in, we'll hear from myself, John McCarter, Interim Finance Director here at the city, and Nancy Massey, our utility billing manager. But I want to thank all the staff who not just went into preparing this presentation tonight, but who do the work every day to make the utility billing division moving in the positive direction that we've been taking it over the last few months. So I want to thank them for their efforts, customer service billing, of course, our partners in Public Works and communications and all the internal service departments. So next slide. So a little overview of tonight's agenda. We'll do a brief introduction, some background, and then we'll talk about our progress report, some specific key items that we've talked about in past discussions that really define our success. We'll touch briefly on the winter weather, utility billing implications, how we're planning and thinking about that, the billing implications from that event. Then we'll get into proactive projects that we've been working on behind the scenes to hopefully build trust and improve our customers' experience here with us, the City of Pearland Water Billing Division. Follow up from items from past discussions that we've heard from City Council on, and then close out with consensus direction needed from Council. One item tonight that we're seeking some consensus direction that will require 2 more readings, so you'll see it again. That is ordinance changes that were originally brought back in November, but we're back here today after the Raftellus report to revisit those. So next slide. So a little bit of background kind of on the last year for those that have not been following along the changes in utility billing. Roughly a year ago, through our annual audit, a higher than normal arrearage was discovered. Arrearage referring to the difference between the billing period and the read period. Through February, March, and April of last year, we conducted several council and staff discussions, ultimately City Council ultimately approving the 3230 plan in April of last year. We brought forward budget amendment number 2, which included our water and sewer revenue on that new 3230 plan for council consideration. Then in August, quite a few things happened. We had our fiscal year 2021 proposed budget that had the 3230 plan built in, some additional staff and reclassifications for the water billing division. Also had our first quarterly update that was at the last meeting in August, and the award of the utility billing process review contract to Raftellus. Back in November, we came back for our second quarterly update. Had a few items on there for update. Tonight's item for consensus was on that agenda as well. We were directed to bring that back after the Raftellus report, so that's what we're doing here tonight. And then as Mr. Pearson alluded to, we've done some really great work in support of the great work by the ad hoc committee, the utility billing ad hoc advisory committee. They've met 5 times thus far. On the agenda tonight are recommendations related to the Raftelis report. So that's been a priority for staff and really great work done by that group of citizens here in Pearland. Next slide. So looking ahead, one thing we always want to say when we meet and we talk about utility billing is that it's a process, and that we're here tonight as part of a path that we're on, a positive one, but one that will be ongoing for the foreseeable future. So on tonight's agenda, we obviously have our utility billing ad hoc advisory committee initial recommendations. Those came from the group, and a regular staff update. That's what we're going through here tonight, or on this item. Future meetings, the committee will be back with more recommendations, as the mayor alluded to in his introductory comments, at future meetings, and we'll be back here for our regularly scheduled quarterly update in May, on May 17th. So bear in mind as we're talking tonight that this is one step in a larger process that we're following to be exceptional in our customer service and our billing processes to support this function. So we'll start with the content as we always do with our mandate for our utility billing staff. This is kind of what we tell our folks and what we use internally as kind of a benchmark of performance for us. And despite the turnover in all leadership positions in the last year in utility billing, the utility billing division must continuously and proactively seek out ways to improve processes that's both internally and externally to provide exceptional customer service. Our status quo, which is based on our past practices, is not acceptable. We always want to be improving and creating that culture of innovation all the time. And then we stole a line here from the ad hoc advisory committee. We thought put succinctly that every customer-client interaction in utility billing is an opportunity for problem solving and systemic improvement, as well as for rebuilding relationships with users. And we thought that was very well put. So we've adopted that as kind of part of our mandate for our staff as well. Next slide. So progress report on a few high-level items, some things that we've talked about in the past. First of all, the 3230 plan remains on track for implementation. Last week, despite the weather, we were able to get the billing out on Thursday, I believe it was, of last week, and our public works crews were out in the field on Friday doing meter reads. That was all completed on time, so we were not knocked off track with the 3230 plan. For those who haven't been following along, that 3230 plan, that is our plan to close that arrearage gap or close the gap between the reads and the bills to about 10 to 15 days. We reached a peak of 78 days. We've worked that down to about 60 days now. So that plan is ongoing. Providing exceptional customer service. So in January, we received about 4,100 phone calls into utility billing, had about 17 of those escalated from utility billing to city manager's office to city council. We have 7 of those 17 that have been resolved. We always want to put the tools in our CSR, our customer service representatives' hands to solve the problems that come in from our residents. So we want to see that 17 number getting smaller. The follow-up with those escalated inquiries is also a major focus of ours. We want to make sure that those that do get escalated or do come through city council or some of those escalated means are tracked and reported. We have a centralized internal database that we use to monitor follow-ups and all customer requests that get escalated outside of our hands. We want to continue our proactive approach. Nancy will talk a little bit more about this, but we'll continue our top 25 high usage process. That was a process that was designed and built internally by city staff to catch those high bills before the billing happened. Because if we waited for the bill, that would be 60 days after that usage occurred. And if there's a leak, that's really too late. So we want to be more proactive in that. We are looking forward to the month of March once we're fully staffed and a little further along on the AMI project. We will move that from 25 high-use customers to 50 high-use customers. We also have our outward-facing dashboard to monitor progress and usage. Nancy will go through some of those screenshots, but we've improved that since the last time we talked here today. Also assisting the ad hoc advisory committee, meeting 1 to 2 days a week, starting at 4 p.m., roughly 2 hours per meeting, but that has been a major priority for us to support that group, to give them everything that they need to make decisions and to put forth some recommendations in accordance with their charter. And then I would argue one of the most important bullets on the slide, the decline in delinquencies and shutoffs since the resumption in November 2020. Last time we talked, we were just resuming our delinquency processing, and now we have successfully made quite a dent, and Nancy will get into that as we get a little further in, but that means more folks are up to date and on time with their bills, less outstanding revenue to the city. So that's all in all a positive for us. Next slide. So I'd be remiss tonight to not talk about the winter weather from last week. Obviously, with water leaks and frozen pipes, there will be utility billing implications. We want to make sure we're making clear that we will have a proactive approach to remedying any issues that come up with our customers. Just a debrief of the services kind of during the event. Obviously, during any emergency, our first priority is our staff safety and the safety of our residents. And in order to ensure those city offices were closed Monday through Friday last week, we did have limited remote access with the rolling blackouts, and some of us who were out for 24 plus hours. It was very difficult to get anything done. But we were able to get the billing out last week in accordance with the 3230 plan. And like I said, the meter services staff were able to complete their reads on Friday as scheduled. So that was great. We did have to complete the recurring credit card and bank draft for cycle 13 2 days late. The due date was Monday, so that's when it should have came out, but it was just impossible to do it Monday and Tuesday, so we had to complete that on Wednesday. We were able to get the utility billing call center activated on Thursday afternoon. Has remained active since. Most of the calls coming into that call center last week were related to the response, not people looking for questions about their bills or paying bills, but they were related to the storm. Garbage pickup resumed Thursday and remained active since. There was no recycling last week. I will say, in regards to services during the event and kind of the event writ large, there is an item later on the agenda to get a little further in depth. Again, this is just kind of the utility billing implications. So as we look ahead and look at next steps, we have a contract for debris pickup for storm-related material that's already authorized, that's been signed, and will be rolled out in the coming weeks to get all the sheetrock and materials that comes from any residents who had a leak. So that will be out in the community here pretty soon. And then probably the biggest deal for us here on the utility billing side is that the service period for last week will be sent out in a billing in April and May. And we need to be clear on our communications with customers about how we're going to deal with adjustments and exactly when that billing is going to come to fruition, when they're going to see that on their bill. We had a bill message on the billing that went out on last Thursday, but we need to do more, and we will do more for that. So we're currently developing a communications campaign for any customer who suffered burst pipes and leaks. We have several means of proactively reaching out to folks. We had people who called in during the storm who needed their water turned off. We have that list. We have the debris collection agency. As they pick up, they're tracking where they're picking those up, and we can reach out to those customers that way. We also have permitting data that we can get from our friends in community development. We can use that database to proactively reach out to customers. We're currently exploring options in terms of how we are going to credit kind of mass customers, and different cities have had different approaches. We're still reviewing our system functionality and exactly what we can commit to. We want to make sure that we don't have any unintended consequences before we announce a plan for that, but there will be a plan coming out in the next few days about how we are going to make those adjustments proactively and communicate that out to residents. All this planning is still preliminary, as we just got back to work today, most of us, and some of us who were emergency essential at the end of last week. But please stay tuned for more on this. I promise we'll follow back up with council and the public and be as transparent as possible with this. So with that, I think I'm going to hand this off to Nancy on the next slide.
Yes.
Awesome.
Hi. Thank you, Mr. McCarter, and good evening, Mayor, Council, and Mr. Pearson. I am Nancy Massey. I'm your utility billing manager, and let's continue with the proactive projects. Unveiled in the week of November 30th of 2020, we started off with the outward-facing dashboard. This dashboard is found on our website, and you can see the progression of the 3230 plan, the average daily water billing cycle, delinquency, and the call volume. And it's also an interactive tool that you can click through for the account types on there. Can you go to the next slide? This is one, I'm going to show you each one of the dashboards screens. This one is the progression of the 3230 plan. And this one illustrates the current arrearage. And you can see that bicycle on the left-hand side. And also you can, if you go to this one, if you go to the website, if you go to the PowerPoint presentation, I also presented a click here on the bottom of it, so you can go right to it as well. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. This dashboard screen is the average billing usage. It's a year over year by billing cycle itself, and it gives you an overview by year over year for each one of those. Next slide. This slide is this dashboard screen presents the overall city average daily billing chart. And again, up on the top, you see where it says account type. You can change it for the interactive going to residential, residential renter, commercial. Next slide. This is where we want to talk about the dashboard. It shows you the delinquency progress. As you can see up on the top two boxes, the first box is from September 2020, and the box above that is the boxes above that is for February of 2021. And you can see the decline in the delinquency dollars that Mr. McCarter echoed to. Next slide. The next dashboard is the escalated inquiries. This shows you both the escalated inquiries to the CMO office as well as the call volumes and the number of calls that we get per month, and also the type of escalated inquiries that we get as well. Next slide. When we talk about proactive projects, we talk about also the continuation of the high consumption usage monitoring. This is something that we started back some time ago, and we continue this. We look at and we identify the top 25 highest consumption customers. And with that, we've identified those from the unbilled usage. And as Mr. McCarter indicated, we don't want to wait the 60 days. We want to go ahead and as soon as we read those water meters, we want to go ahead and compare that usage from the previous month and then contact those top 25 customers. And we give them a courtesy phone call, we email them. And also, we also want to provide them an offer to look at their meter profile from the new Badger water meters. These provide the recent 40 days of consumption, and it's a usage analysis that provides both the daily and hourly usage for those 40 days. Our goal is to expand this from 25 top customers to 50 customers next month in March. Next screen. Let's follow up on the items for the past discussions from the past utility quarterly updates we've provided. And again, as the mayor has stated, yes, since January 11th of this year, the City Council approved the 8 members of the City Citizens Utility Billing Review Ad Hoc Advisory Committee. Their scope is the 16 recommendations from the Raptillis financial reports, as well as additional recommendations applied to the utility billing systems for improvements or enhancements so we can build on that public trust. The the ad hoc committee does meet. They try to meet once to twice a week, I should say. And we have a public communication on the website that's located under departments water billing. This provides them with the agendas that are posted 24 hours in advance, as well as each meeting is recorded and posted on the website. Let's talk about the 16 recommendations, but we want to talk about half of those recommendations are already agreed and already underway. The first one is the recommendation 1, which is foster a culture of engagement and continuous improvement. Under this new utility billing leadership, we continue to focus on revamping that culture and being customer-centric and innovative. We believe in engaging and involving our internal stakeholders and providing them that foundation for our team for a continuous improvement as well. And as you can tell, and this is all part of it, we're doing a monthly quarterly reports out to our external stakeholders for information on our progress as well. Recommendation number 2, it establishes a formal performance measures to track and deliver. Already we talked about the external dashboard that provides the KPIs that the public can see, but also we're working on an internal dashboard of KPIs which were recommended by the Raptillis report as well. Recommendation 3 is a review and updated of the written standard operating procedures. We currently have 32 standard operating procedures that the staff uses, and we're updating those under this new leadership. And we want a consistent format, which was noted by the Raptillis report itself. We also established a central repository called a knowledge center for our staff to see each one of those SOPs. And each month, our team meets for refresher training, discuss new ideas, and it's all in to promote a positive teamwork. Recommendation 4 is talking about the development of an enhanced training program. Utility billing staff, we've already started a cross-training efforts with it and with additional sessions, in the future as well for CSRs to get involved with the billing. And so they understand each other and they're no longer siloed. And further, we're also having meetings with our meter services and utility billing department here twice a month so we can discuss process improvements and upcoming opportunities, such as the AMI project that we're going to be having our training coming up next month. Recommendation 7 is to synchronize the meter reading and billing cycles. This is the next logical step once the billing is current. And recommendation 13 is to adjust staffing to reflect the short-term need and prepare the AMI implementation. This has already been discussed in part as the AMI implementation. Recommendation number 15 is to create an inclusive AMI implementation team. Utility billing has been involved with the project since its inception. And with the meters installed and the infrastructure near completion, the utility billing department, as well as meter services, has already been provided access to the AMI software to become acclimated with it before our formal training begins in March. This will help the team to see the screens, look at the screens, and so it's not just the first time they see it is at the training sessions themselves. Recommendation 16 is the continued the engaging of the Tyler Technologies to resolve the inefficiencies and the errors in the New World. The city regularly upgrades the billing software and has been communicating with New World regarding necessary improvements in their software. Staff we've utilized the bank of training hours so that we stay current with their functionality. Next one we'd like to talk about as well as part of the process here is the resumption of the late fees, as Mr. McCarter has indicated as well. And we want to talk about the fact that since resuming those back, we proposed it in August and we resumed the late fees as of November of last year and followed by the disconnections in December. We've seen a steady decline in the number of shutoffs in December to January due to the increase of customers' payments and payment plans. Again, being more customer-centric and moving forward with our customers. And this is also seen in the aging report that were presented here. You can see the decline in the ones below in the October, November, December, January over the months change over prior month. As well as you'll see that in the next screen, which will show the shutoffs from month over cycle, we can show the decline in December to January by cycle of the number of shutoffs that we do. We asked for the council's direction that's needed for these next items. This item is the section 30 of the ordinances. And these are all mostly housekeeping updates as well as new ordinance to reflect the changes in our department. First one I'd like to talk about is section 3024. This is a housekeeping update to remove the mention of time terminated the service and also the method of delivery. It needs to be changed. Section 3025, it's a title update and also correcting the grammar. Section 3035 is changing the charges required. We want to add a clause in there that says that the schedule of deposits and fees and charges established by council by resolution shall be on the file and shall be on file at the city secretary's office. What this does is it enables the changes by council without updating the ordinances. We also are going to be adding a deposit section in there, which we can waive the deposit for transfer accounts or those who require deposit at another location under a good payment history, which has no more than 3 late payments or no more than 3 late fees in the recent 12 months. Also, we want to add in there too, to mitigate the risk to the city, want the ability to add and increase deposits due to poor payment history to the city. And also we want to add in there the unpaid balances may be forwarded to a collection agency or applied to a customer's active account. In these next couple of slides, the fees that you see, we're want to remove the dollar figures. Again, this is so that it's in one location that's located in the schedule listing for under the budget at the city secretary's office. And one of them, all 3 of those are the processing fee, the after hours fee, and the meter apparatus fee. And then the next one will show that also we want to do that for the tapping charges, the inspection fee, the connection fee, interception fee. Also listed in the schedule, under the budget schedule, but we need to add it to the ordinance, is the same day new service connection and, same day new service connection, and also the temporary connection disconnection fee. Also in here too, we want this listed in the schedule, but not in the ordinances, is the temporary service fire hydrant construction. We also want to add in there the location change fee. Once it's been put into place, we want to make sure that it will be forfeited the deposit if there's any damage to those fire hydrant meters. The other one we want to add in there that's also located in the listing of the schedule under budget is the temporary water and sewer service available for temporary services. And noted that it's 2,000 gallons, a maximum of 10 days. And again, it's listed, but it was not listed as in the ordinance. We want to get that all together. The next one we also want to talk about is section 3038, the definition of charges. We need to add irrigation. It's not in there. We want to define that as a system for a sole function of watering landscape. We want to remove all references of the water and sewer rates and adding a statement that, again, that says the rates are filed at the city secretary's office. We also need to add in there into the ordinances that we have a winter quarterly average or the seasonal sewer average clause needs to be in there as well. In addition, listed in the schedule, but we need to add to the ordinance, is that clause without metered water that should be charged for a default on the billing amount listed in the budget, not in the ordinance, as well as the sewer use credit program. Next one we want to talk about is the housekeeping changes for the 3039 when the payment's due. Currently, they have a hard stop at 14 days. We ask for a flexibility in the timeline for within 20 business days of the bill date. Remove the clause that says for extension for account on a holder that's 60 years or older. And we want to add in the ability to have a payment plan along with the event of what happens when the payment plan is not adhered to. In section 30-40, we talk about late fees. The late fee is a very confusing ordinance right now. It states that it's a discount if you pay early. It is not a discount if you pay early. The ordinance, it needs to be updated so we continue to state that the customer will be charged a 110% of the amount of the gross amount of the bill. But we need to update that and clarify that language so that we can explain what that late fee is. Section 30-41 is the disconnection of non-payment. We want to update the timeline from 20 days to 15 days so it's in accordance with the delinquent notice that is sent out, as well as we need to comply with section 30-24 in the same reference as it needs to be 15 days. Section 30-42 is a reconnection after disconnection. This is the housekeeping update. We just need to update the appropriate term. It's no longer a reconnection fee. It is a processing fee. And it's added to the applicable additional additional deposit. And that's to mitigate the risk of the city. Additional deposits can be added to reconnecting accounts if they've been disconnected twice in the 6-month period. Also, we want to add in there too, section 30-46, the testing of the water meters to reflect the new standards of the American Water Works Association, as well as the section 30-47, the bankruptcy notice, to understand and to clarify the procedural changes. When they close out, when a bankruptcy occurs, you close the accounts, you open up new accounts with new deposits, and any balances that are left on the closed accounts are either paid by the debtor through a reorganization or they were written off by the city through the city council. Again, it's really important that we talk about our utility billing goals. It is our goal to rebuild the trust of our customers. And we want to do this through transparency tools, to view their usage through meter profiles in preparation for the AMI system, which is coming, and the customer portal. And we do need council's direction for the ordinances updates, which will be the first reading coming up on March 1st. And we ask for direction on that. And I will thank you all for this opportunity, and I want to send it back to Mr. McCarter.
That's all we got. Back to you, Mr. Pearson.
And to you, Mayor and Council.
All right. Well, good report, good comprehensive report, both John and Nancy. We'll just open it up to council for questions and comments. Councilman Rowlands.
Yeah, that's a lot of information that just came out right there. One of the concerns that I have is with New World, and it may be Nancy or John, somebody may be able to chime in on that. I guess a few months back, we had came in with New World bringing it back on at about $123,000 to $125,000, I think it was, somewhere in that area on there. But we're still seem like we're having problems. One of the things I asked early on when we had that is that during that period of time, New World come in and staff knows what happened, but it was something like $8,000 that I guess the city had to eat the $8,000. But anyway, and part of that statement was made by then the finance director said, this is not the first time this has happened. And I asked what the first time that it happened and what was the cost for that time on that, and never did get an answer to that when that done several months ago. But the thing about it is that New World on here, when we come in, the question was asked as a part of that, of working with New World, and they said, well, as part of the contract, they're going to send employees in here from New World to work with our employees to make sure that they know how to operate that system. And that was a big concern too when that happened, because we had been using New World and they just updated it, and they were going to send people in to find, show how that the city staff was able to use that system. So it kind of sounded like that we had a New World there, but we didn't know how to operate it, and that was what's causing some problems. So, but I appreciate the information that's coming down now that we had received on that, but I'd still like to find out where we stood on that earlier on. So appreciate it. Thank you.
So on New World, I think the reference was to the contract that was brought up for renewal in the fall. So that's a standard renewal contract in accordance with our contract with New World. So to go to another vendor that would be a year plus long conversion, many dollars and staff hours to go to another system. So that was that 120,000, I think, when that was referenced. New World's also our financials and human resources payroll modules as well. So it's not just utility billing, but that's part of that larger $120,000 there. Separately, I think the $8,000 issue, I don't have that information offhand, and that was my predecessor who made the comment about it's happened before. We did get restitution from New World in the form of staff training. So we got a bank of hours from them in the amount of that $8,000. So we've used that not because our staff didn't know how to use New World, but because we have new staff. You'll note in the intro, we talked about the turnover in our leadership, that those hours were used to get our leadership trained and to make sure that they knew what they were doing from the jump, rather than encumber our own staff. We got New World to do that for us, as well as do some enhancements based on, obviously, Nancy comes with a lot of experience from other cities, so getting her in there with New World to figure out the best way to do things and optimize our system. We also went through the Raftellus report and that review, and while they did say we need to work with New World to address some issues, they didn't identify anything systemic that would point to us needing to move away from New World. While I certainly don't think New World is perfect, I wouldn't say that that's the root of any systemic issues that we have here in Pearland. And while they have their problems, they've been a good partner in addressing things when we brought them to their attention.
Are we doing any training, John, on that right now? I understand, going back and reading through this information here, that there was some time for training. Is that the training on the staff of how to utilize New World, or what?
Yes, sir. It has occurred. I believe we have some banked hours left that we were reserving for anything we needed around the AMI project, just in case something came up. But yes, those hours have been used.
All right. right, thank you.
Councilmember Perez?
Thank you, Mayor. So, a couple items in the in item one that I think are merit noting, and this kind of dovetails a little bit to some discussion we had the tail end of last year's budget session as we go into this year's budget session. Recommendation for develop and enhance training programs. Look, there's a lot of these things that go into things that resources that the staff could use to improve the output of that department. I think it's true of every department we have. Right now, we're looking at ways to improve a department that we know has had a systemic failure because of rapid turnover, underfunding, things that caused an issue that was very prevalent to every citizen in Pearland. But I think as we go into the budget session, we're talking about what we can do to improve our systems, gain efficiencies. These can be a guideline to what we should do for every department. I say that particularly because at the end of last budget session, we had a long discussion about cutting funding for conferences, cutting funding for training, cutting funding for other things that are used for improving staff's knowledge, improving staff's access to information. I argued at that time, and I think it's pertinent that it's coming up in one of these recommendations that we're just cutting ourselves off at the knees. So I certainly agree with the recommendations. I just think that we maybe need to, over time, enhance these recommendations. As I've said repeatedly, not just as a business owner, but also as a council member, the best organizations are run by staff that have been here for quite a while. Organizations are run well when you have minimal turnover, when you have staff that are well resourced, when you have staff that are comfortable and happy in their position and take more ownership and stock in what they're doing. As we go into this year's budget session and future budget sessions, I think that should be a primer for what we are doing and the approach that we take when we're looking at essentially the crux of what we're going to budget. I think investing in our staff, as this is recommending, investing in our staff is our best resource. So that's all I have, Mayor.
That's a good comment. Councilmember Little?
Yeah, a great presentation, John and Nancy. Just a few quick questions. When we first discovered the utility billing problem, we were at a 78-day gap. Where are we currently? I think it was on one of the charts as Nancy was doing her presentation, but they went through them so fast I wasn't able to see where we currently are.
We're currently
where's the gap?
60
Where's the
days.
gap now? 60?
60 days at current.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. On the chart on page 9 of 132, where it showed the arrearage by 30 to 60, 60 to 90, 90 to 120, greater than 120. Most of those categories are trending downward in the right direction, but the greater than 120 days have gone up significantly. What do you attribute that to? Is it COVID? People not working, unable to pay? Just kind of wondering.
It could be a mix of those things. I think also it could be folks who've moved out of the community and they're no longer active accounts. But it's people, once you get into that 120 plus day category, the odds of getting that money back, we send that to a delinquent collections agency to do that on our behalf. But I would attribute it to everything you said, and then also folks who are just no longer active in the community. Those that are active would have been disconnected at that point in time. So I would say they're no longer active accounts.
And that amount over 120 is currently in excess of $1 million. I would think it would be a safe statement to say most of that's probably not going to be collected. And final thing, how does the number of employees in the utility billing department compare now to when we first discovered the billing problem? Have we gone up?
Can you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
The number of employees in the utility billing department now versus when we first discovered the utility billing problem?
So we added 2 FTEs through the last budget cycle. So we would have increased by 2.
2? Okay.
Yeah, 2 billing specialists, and we've reclassified a position, but that's not a net add. So an additional 2 from a year ago.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, Councilmember Camcar?
All right, can you guys hear me?
You can hear. You're on.
Awesome, great. I just have a couple of questions here on the slide deck. 152 of the PDF, page 6 of the presentation. I just want to make sure I'm understanding what's going on here. So the billing got to its maximum arrears of 78, and now it's at 60. So we are seeing improvement. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. The phone calls are at 107. Is that number coming down, going up, or staying the same, roughly speaking?
That's, I would say, relatively constant. And we'll see an increase in February just related to the storm event, but that's relatively constant.
Okay. And of those 17, they got escalated and 7 of them have been resolved. What happens if somebody doesn't get escalated? Does that mean that there is a resolution between the staff and, in theory, the user?
In theory, yes. I mean, there is, and the point's been made, before that could be somebody who just wasn't satisfied with the interaction and chose not to escalate it further. But yes,
So
it's been resolved.
let's use the 80-20 rule. By and large, it gets resolved, and maybe there's some outliers. Let me ask you a question. Of those 107 people who called, was there any stealing from the city? Was there any conspiracy found? Was there any wrongdoing? Was there any kind of malfeasance that was found of those 107 people that called in January?
So it's 4,107, and no.
Okay, so 4,100 cases, no malfeasance, no stealing, no conspiracy, internet rumor resolution. This is just a function of accounting and finance, correct?
Yes, sir.
Understood. Let me ask you a question. On page, I want to say 15 of the slide, or 161 of the PDF, of those 25 highest consumptions accounts, are those the same repetitive people, or are people rolling off of at this high usage, maybe something is screwed up and now they're rolling down and they're off the list?
John, I'll take that one. Those 25 customers, more so than anything else, Councilman Camcar, are just people that have high usage. They're not a roll off from one to the next. There are times where there would be a customer that had a high usage one month and they were notified that month, and then the next month we notified them again, just let them know that they were part of that high usage that they're having.
They're going to be a high usage customer probably forever then, most likely, by and large.
No more, but these are when you compare them 1 month to the next month, you're doing this comparison. So it's not just the high usage they have every month. You're comparing 1 month to the next month. So it's a difference in that. So you're actually having different customers.
Okay. So in theory, it's not the same person or grandmother or family leaking over and over and over and over because a water meter doesn't work.
No, it is a difference.
So in theory, people are cycling in and the same people are not having the same problems. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Is delinquency overall versus where it was when we initially stopped collecting, is that going down as we are starting to enforce the policies?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Professionally speaking, does a 3230 plan sound like it's working based on all the data that you have?
I follow the directions by the council. I'm not one to.
But to answer the question, the goal of the 3230 plan is to shrink the gap between the read date and the bill date, and it is doing that.
And so in somebody's professional opinion, you could say that the plan that we're working on and doing, for the most part, is probably achieving its goal by and large.
Yes.
And no wrongdoing or conspiracy on thousands and thousands of accounts has been found.
Yes, true.
Okay. Guys, I think the recommendations we reviewed are good. I think Member Perez has made a very astute point. How do we get people to be technically competent if they don't talk with their peers and discuss similar issues that happen across the area? What it sounds like to me is we are doing better. We are not perfect. We are not great. But with the recommendations seem that we have already agreed to essentially last year seem to be working. And unfortunately, the internet seems to be wrong and that it doesn't sound like we found a conspiracy yet. So I'm very, very happy that it's just an accounting issue. Accounting is hard. We will work through that issue. But I look forward to us continuing what we're doing because it sounds like it's working. So that's all I have. I yield my time back.
All right, good questions, Councilmember Kamkar. Mayor Pro Tem Hernandez, any questions?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Got a couple. Number one, since John kind of briefly touched on this, I just wanted to refer to the email that I sent to you, Mayor, and to City Manager Clay Pearson, and wanted to say that going back to us trying to be proactive and reaching out to accounts after this winter weather event we had, I just wanted to really emphasize that I want to make sure that the pathway that we take, the messaging is super, super clear there. So I wanted to make sure that we get the communications and stuff set up and give that as much emphasis and priority as we do the actual plan itself. I think that's going to be huge. So in addition to that, I got a couple other things here, Mayor. For point of clarification on the slide that Member Kamkar was referring to, slide number 15, where it talks about the high consumption usage monitoring. Of those top 25, it says that they receive a courtesy phone call or email. I'm just curious if you could clarify, is that an either or situation or are both done if one is not answered? Just trying to clarify how we're actually doing that.
To answer your question, Councilman Hernandez, yes, actually what we do first is actually contact the customer. And if the customer doesn't answer our phone call, then we try to email the customer as well. We do both. And if we do talk to the customer on the telephone, we actually will email them the meter profile because we feel that that'd be the most transparent tool to give them the information regarding the usage on a daily and hourly basis.
Okay, I appreciate that. So just from an internal kind of operating procedure, if we just make that clarification, just so people kind of know we are doing both of these things. We're reaching out first by phone and then by email, not an either or situation. Also, so if we're moving the schedule, the fees and rates schedule from the actual ordinance itself, also just trying to make sure there's a clear reference link to the location of these rates and fees. I think I would, at least my opinion is I would kind of like to see at least the rates to remain in the actual ordinance. And the majority of the fees maybe could be moved out. But I just think if people are going to go to one location and try to find information on this, we just need to be really, really clear on how to actually find the rates. John, you unmuted.
I can jump in real quick. So
Yes, sir.
I think we need to clarify. We used the term resolution, which was wrong. It's the fee ordinance, which is considered annually with the budget. So we can definitely look into adding some language to that effect to point in that direction. But we've used that fee ordinance to update the fees for utility billing for as long as I've been here, the last 7 years at least. So they've lived there for a long time. I think to your point, we could add a sentence or reference in there to say, go check out the fee ordinance, which is updated annually through the budget process in that ordinance so people know where to look.
Okay, yeah, I'd really appreciate that. Just kind of here recently, I've gotten resident feedback on other things where we have references to certain things on the website, and those need to just be linked to something so they can easily find the information they're searching for. Okay, moving on. If we're removing on the notice methods, looks like removing certified mail from the notice method. How are we then ensuring that notices are delivered prior to taking action? I asked this question specifically for customers who are on auto pay who may not pay attention and would rely on, a really, aggressive notice that their account is maybe not in good standing.
So when we go out and we shut someone off for non-payment, the city goes out and shuts it off for non-payment. They would take notice of the fact that if they were not made the payment on that's where you're looking for that notification on it. So much so. If someone was set up for auto payment and they did not make that payment, they also receive a robocall from us. They also get a robocall right before the 1 week before the shut off. There's no payment on it again, then the water is shut off, and that's usually when you usually hear from a lot of the sometimes of the auto payment customers. And so they would go ahead and make that payment. It's those customers after we've shut someone off that, you know, a week later, 2 weeks later, there's still no payment. And there's a long process to go through to send out a letter, send out a certified letter to them, wait for that letter to come back, and then go through the process of filing out an account. When most of the time that these people have moved on and moved out. So these letters are returned to us. That's where the change of the method of delivery is coming from.
I see.
So
Okay.
Nancy, that method of delivery would be after the disconnection. Is that correct? Not before. That's what the certified mail was referencing, is the method of contacting the disconnected party after they've already been disconnected.
Okay, fantastic. And you had referenced earlier that's
is.
being sent then to a collection agency at that point. So they're doing the research, tracking the accounts down, or the account owners. Okay. Also, this was a resident feedback. If there's some way to make it possible for people to pay their account balance without having to log in with their username and password, I've received feedback that would be very useful for people. And I don't need feedback on that right now, but just as a follow-up. And the next one is a little bit heftier. So if I keep thinking, if we're going to be customer focused, I really want us to maybe start thinking about how to make utility billing more like an actual business. So I'm thinking more specifically about the Knowledge Center. I'm trying to think about how this is going to be presented. And I want to think, is it similar to other customer service platforms that include FAQ databases, troubleshooting, decision trees, system-wide conversation sharing and migration, et cetera. And I'm thinking of things, even different types of CRM platforms, Salesforce, HubSpot, Zendesk, Freshdesk, things like that, that will allow us to really be customer-centric, customer service-oriented, focused, track conversations, have resources available at our fingertips or kind of across the system, not just necessarily in, with the person answering the phone, but if it needs to be escalated, to make sure that we're able to track those things really clearly, easily, and not just via email. Have those discussions been had? Or are there any tools like that put up for consideration that you know of?
We use SharePoint, so we've been utilizing that as kind of the CRM module or to track the escalated inquiries, but we haven't explored an independent CRM module outside of Connect to Pearland. Obviously, it's the big one of how we get complaints through other divisions, but not in particular.
Okay.
If I could, I would add you mentioned some elements of the call center, which is in place and sophisticated for a lot of what you talked about. So.
Okay. Could we maybe get more information for council specifically on kind of how that works, just so we have an idea of, how it's being handled? Okay. That is all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, good questions. Councilmember Carbone.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. I guess first of all, John McCarter, unless you've changed something, I think this is your last meeting, and I just want to say thank you for diving into this mess that, or it got dumped in your lap. I don't know which way, but I appreciate you bearing with us and some good presentations. On slide 6, we talked about those escalated cases. Can you give us a flavor for so 17 were escalated, 7 have been resolved. So that tells me we got 10 that have been hanging out there for several weeks or more. Can you just give us a quick flavor for what those outstanding issues are?
I'll take a first crack and I'm going to hand it to Nancy to talk specifics. We will have in your inboxes probably tomorrow morning an updated escalated inquiries spreadsheet. We got a little knocked off track last week with the weather event, but those that do get reported through that update from utility billing that we send out with every council meeting. But Nancy, if you want to give a general overview of what's out there, I don't think we need to go through every account. If you could just talk about how the majority are.
Yeah, just a general flavor.
Yeah, most of these are going to be people with that have high usage, and they're concerned with their high usage of what they're having. And so we offered meter profiles to them to take a look at those, and from there, there's some of the concerns of where we can go from those points. And so it is derived from the fact of high usage or of the time of dealing with what's going on with the usage or the receiving, getting that information for them, on the meter profile. So that's where we're trying to get to. The most of that is dealing with high usage, which is extremely common with that of utility billing.
Okay. And then finally, you mentioned because of the weather issues last week, the bank draft and RCCs didn't get processed or got processed 2 days late. I hate to ask this, are we sending out late notices since it was our fault? I mean, they're not going to automatically.
No.
That's
and
an improvement.
I should have mentioned this in the response piece, but we won't be doing the delinquency process for the next cycle either, just based on the impact in the community. So that's another part of our response that we'll paper it up and send it to all of you, of course, but that's another piece of our response there.
All right. Thank you. And in terms of the ordinance changes, I don't have any issue with what was reviewed tonight.
All right, Councilmember Orlando.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have too much more to add here, but just a couple of things. First, echoing Member Carbone's point, want to thank Mr. McCarter for all of his work, not just on this utility billing work, but on many different initiatives and on our budget process that have been excellent. So we are sad to have you go elsewhere and grateful for your service. On this report specifically, appreciate John and Nancy, everything that was shown here. Just a couple of things from me. One, I appreciate how, we've talked about there are multiple different problems with water billing, and sometimes that's lost in the media or on social media. That kind of the biggest thing is that the folks getting, the folks upset about their high usage and the billing usage gap are two different issues. And so appreciate that we seem to be making progress on both of those and addressing both of those separately. And so to the first point on the billing usage gap that we're addressing with the 3230 plan, our ultimate goal there, could you please remind me, is to get down to 15 days, which I believe is the AWWA standard, a 15-day lag. So within, you get it within 2 weeks of when the actual usage is?
Yeah, we want to get to within 10 to 15 days, that range. It'll obviously the way the calendar falls will cycle between there, but 10 to 15 is at our stated goal.
Sure. So got it. So using the upper end of that at 15, we have going from 78 to 60, we've gotten through about 30% of closing that gap. So I think that's a good milestone to note, and glad that we continue to make progress there and have closed 30% of that and have the plan to close the rest of the way. And then lastly, on the high usage accounts, we talked through how the top 25 biggest growers are being addressed and how we're going to move that to 50. And then let us all remember that later this year, every person in the city is going to have access to these reports through the AMI, the new AMI meters that are out there, and we'll then begin reporting, and everyone will be able to, look at their bills like many of you do with your electric bills. So seems like we have really good progress on both of those two main issues, the high usage issue and on the billing usage gap issue. And so grateful for all the hard work here and for the update tonight.
Thank you for that. And I would like to ask Nancy or John just a quick, I want a good clarification again on the 25 high usage customers. What classifies the high usage? Is it a percent month over month, or is it an actual gallon usage? Because obviously that would kick a lot of people out.
Right. John, I'll take that one. It is the actual gallon usage, Mayor. They take the whole day. We take the database for that utility, for that cycle that we read, and we put that in there, and we take the top 25. We do look at the residentials more so than the commercial, because the commercials can be variable and change, but it's the residentials that will be constant in their usage. So that is something that we look at. We look at the residentials on the top 25 by their gallons usage, not by a percentage over whatever it is, but it's month over month for their usage.
Okay. And then as you're being proactive and reaching out to them. Are you able to get a hold of all 25, or do you engage with 50%? What percentage of that 25 actually get back with us, from a phone call or an email or any way that we're communicating with them?
And that is something that is looked at every month, and it's in my weekly report as well for you, Mayor. You can see that in a chart that's provided to you.
Mm-hmm.
And just to look at the overall amount, which I'm looking at it, trying to bring it up here. We try to reach out to we usually reach out about half of the customers is what we get out of those.
Do the other half usually call in when they get their bill?
Yeah, they usually call in about after they get their bill. Most of them, we come back and we actually, when we talk to the customers, it's more than that. I take it back. I look at the last one that came in from February. For example, we just did cycle 14 in February. Out of the top 25, 13 customers we were contacted, and we know they came back and told us that they were customer issues. We had to leave messages for 9 of them, and we also requested those out of those 13, 3 of them have also requested meter profiles.
So when you said 13, you said customer issues. They recognize they have an issue on their end, or so what defines a customer issue?
They had a leak on their side, or they had or usage that they know of, that they had high usage coming into this. They were aware of it. So that was a conversation that they would have with staff.
Okay. All right. And then on most of these, when they're resolved, even back, I forget what slide it is, where we had the number of people who had called in got escalated up, 7 resolved. What's typically the resolve? What are you seeing the most of is how things are being resolved? Either the customer recognizes they had some type of high consumption incident, or what's typically happening to help make those resolved?
You hit the nail on the head. It's the customer realizes that there's been issues that they've had during that time frame, because they have to go back and look at the billing period of it, because we are 60 days in arrears. So they actually recognize that it is that time frame of it. Also, the meter profiles provide them some better information on it. And if it goes beyond that and they're concerned about it still, we're able to provide a meter test on it, and the meter test comes back and it shows that the meter is accurate. That is a resolution for them as well.
Okay. And on the meter profiles, or actually meter tests, how many of our meters have been tested as a result of the meter profiles, because people are still questioning, and how many of our meters have been rendered wrong, or they've been over the 1.5% delta from the 100%. So how many of our meters we've had to change out as a result of being tested?
Can I get back to you on that question,
Okay.
Mayor? Because that way I can get back to you and the council on that number. But
Okay.
I will look into it on that number for you, on the metrics of that.
Be interesting to know.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I think Trent wrote, or one of his group wrote that memo. I don't know if you can pull it up or.
Yes, Mayor. When we went back and looked at all the meters that had been tested, there was one that early on we were placed under warranty, but all the rest of them tested out as within parameters.
Okay, so
Remember how many we tested? Of that list?
I think there was around 40 we've tested.
Okay.
And
so I guess the point is we've tested about 40 and we've changed that many out. And so, so the meters are testing as accurate. So there's clearly, someone's got a higher consumption than what their average or what they're used to seeing. There's something else going on to explain a change in use, especially if you go back and look at their progress. I've seen some of these reports where people have, on average been, 6,000 to 8,000 gallons a month. They might have the, 1 or 2 months in the summer where they've seen some increase, obviously because of watering their yard and those types of things. But then we're seeing meter change outs, and then we're seeing a consistent jump in consumption. So it could be that their old meter was bad. And unfortunately, we don't have the old meters to test. see exactly how, what type of shape they were in before they were changed out.
And not to get in the weeds too much, but you've seen these too. We went through a time with those old meters and the ramp up, we had extended periods of estimated reads. So there are cases where people said, "Oh, went up." Well, they had an estimated read for months and months. So that's part of the pop up.
Yeah, and I think that's part of it as well. So Nancy, I obviously we're going to go from this 25 high usage to 50. What would it take to get to 100? I know it's people, but what would it take to get to 100 to be more proactive?
It's something to look at, Mayor. The time frame for the staff to do that right now for 25 is a lot, and we want to bump it to at least 50. So I'd like to go ahead and take it from 50 and take a look at the time frame it takes for the for the staff to do that. On top of the fact that you're right, we're coming into the time frame where there are going to be higher usage bills coming in because, believe it or not, we're going to be going into irrigation usage timeframes where you're going to have that time. I do believe that these meter profiles and contacting customers is the stepping stone toward the AMI preparation that we're doing. And having the customer portal, which was noted very well by one of the council members, and I apologize, I don't have it in front of me. Yeah. But yes, that it's going to come out. We had something to look at. I'll look into it with the staff and see if we can go from 50 to 100, say in the next couple of months. Right. And by that time, maybe we were looking at the customer portal already coming online.
And then as I asked this question, want to make sure if Steve Sabo is on, if Josh can activate him. I know he's our chairman of the ad hoc committee. I do want to commend staff getting out in front of what happened last week with all the burst pipes. We're going to have quite a few people across the community that will see a spike in obviously consumption because of the burst pipes. And so I'm kind of anxious to see how we develop a program around that and get all the customers who had that so we can be proactive. So I'm glad that we're moving in that direction. I do want to bring up Steve Sabo as our ad hoc committee chair. He's online with us. I do want the opportunity, since he's here, if council does have a question of the ad hoc committee, to be able to ask him while he's here tonight. But I'll also just ask Steve, from his standpoint, how he believes the committee is going and what they look to accomplish. I think they're looking to try to have the meeting that got canceled last week to move to Thursday of this week. But I'll turn it over to Steve on the work of their committee and how they're progressing. And the big question for us is a recommendation on the 3230 plan, when we might see something that direction. Steve? There he is.
Mayor and council, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate the comments on staff's presentation. A lot of commonalities in your comments with the committee's comments as well. We've had, as I think someone mentioned, 5 meetings. The first 2 were really housekeeping and to hear an overview from Ref Tellis. Our conversations have been pretty spirited rather, and the perspectives of the 8 committee members are interesting to merge, but we've had a very professional and I think a successful conversation so far. I want to add a couple of consensus comments to the items that council reviewed tonight. Just a couple of quick highlights that the committee has put into writing to accompany our support of the recommendations that staff joined to. And there were a couple of things mentioned on committee around using best practices in management of change as a pervasive component of the SOPs. Clearly, with a lot of change already in the past, likely contributing to the gap problem that we've all been talking about, and also dealing with a relatively new staff in terms of experience. More change could cause more problems, and I think an overview comment that all of our committee joined to, is that being conscious about changes and unintended consequences is really critical to the implementation of future SOPs. A second, and I think I heard it mentioned in a couple of the comments thus far, has been that it would be really important to have a well thought and developed project plan for the AMI implementation before getting to things like deciding what staff count and resources are needed for that implementation. And we've asked for an overview of that to make sure that we thoroughly understand what's being considered as part of that project. And then lastly, commentary on the 3230 plan. One major unanswered question that the committee has had thus far is the measurement of the arrearage in financial terms, both on an account level and in total, so that we can understand the implications of this relative to budget and relative to cash flow. The 3230 plan certainly has benefits, but it also has some cons as well. And I think one of the overriding concerns that the council has is making sure that any of the concerns are dealt with prior to the implementation of AMI, the project. The notion here is that AMI is going to bring us the best chance of transparency on a timely basis, I think, as council supports. And wouldn't it be nice to kick that off with a fresh start in terms of this this gap or this arrearage? So that is a very major unanswered question for the committee as we go forward in the next couple of weeks before we can come out with our support or opposing recommendation to 3230. A couple of council members, a couple of committee members are on the committee basically because they have personally experienced large bills related to cases of high consumption. Whether or not that is caused by a meter is still to be determined in their particular case, but committee in general would like to see the high consumption scenario dealt with more consistently in the recommendations and as a really important component of the KPIs that staff is dealing with. And it was good to hear from my perspective some of the comments on that tonight. So with that, I appreciate the chance to offer a few comments and we'll be available for future meetings if more questions might arise.
Good deal. While Steve is here, does anybody on the council have any questions of the committee? Councilmember Kamkar?
This is Councilmember Kamkar. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Cool. Mr. Sabo, appreciate your time as a former city councilor. It's a commitment, and I know you're kind of being called off the bench again, so deeply appreciate that. Also, a mutual friend of ours, Tommy LeBlanc, just had his baby today, so that's good news. Anyways, Mr. Sabo, question for you. Is there an acknowledgement amongst the 8 that the 3230 plan is actually working as it intended, which is cutting the days from, 78 or 80 down to 60?
I don't know that I can speak for the committee to answer that question affirmatively yet. I think in principle, it certainly makes sense, doesn't it? But we haven't seen the data to really test that. We have raised questions like, what was the gap to begin with? How was it calculated? And how is it being tracked as we move forward? And candidly, we're looking for some real specific answers on those questions. And I think some of those are still pending. We had hoped to hear Monday a week ago at our meeting some of the specific responses, obviously canceled by the great ice storm of 2021. So we look forward to kind of getting back to that. And if you don't mind me deferring that response until we have that meeting, that would be great.
I just want to make clarification for the general public and the people that are watching is there are members on the committee who may not agree that 60 is lower than 78, according to the report that was provided here and today.
I think everyone in the committee would unilaterally agree to that. I think there are still lots of unanswered questions around 3230, and that I think that would give me some caution in saying unilaterally it's working as planned. I don't know about that yet.
Let me ask one other question. Of the 4,100 people that were on this call in January, or people that had calls, the staff seems to believe there was no conspiracy or stealing. Is there a general consensus that that isn't happening? Or is there a debate in this committee that the city is stealing or doing something nefarious?
Again, not to dodge your question, but consensus on the committee is defined in the charter as 6 votes out of 8. And I know that we've got 3 or 4 committee members that have raised significant questions around the financial ramifications of what's happened. However, I would say that in general, our conversations have been forward-looking and very professional, and really no mention of conspiracy or anything like that has come up in our conversation.
What happens is the people who are not as well informed seem to be the ones banging the most pots. And what I keep hearing when I keep talking to the staff in their professional capacity is that this is an accounting and a finance issue. This isn't something more nefarious. And I just keep coming back to the idea that accounting is hard and finance is hard. And maybe we didn't have the best people, but now it seems like we are improving that. And I just kind of want to understand. I have not been to any committee meetings. I haven't been invited to one. And so I'm just trying to understand what the discussions have been. It sounds like there are reasonable people in that room, but I could be wrong. But I understand you can't speak for 8 people. You can only speak for yourself.
Yeah, but I can tell you that on the whole, I personally have been very pleased with the level and the tenor of the conversation. It's been very positive. In the last 2 meetings that we've had, we made a lot of progress towards consensus. And there's work going even outside of the meetings to summarize thoughts, take notes, bring together those comments towards consensus, which is not an easy thing remotely, much less in a room. So I am very pleased with that progress.
Absolutely. Well, I thank you for your time. I know this is a labor of love that you're doing for the city that we both live in. And I'm appreciative of your time as well as the council's time, the committee's time putting this in. And so I just wanted to ask those questions because, like I said, I haven't been to these meetings, but it sounds like things are moving in a positive direction, which I'm very thankful for.
Certainly. Thanks for the comments.
Steve, thank you for your time and service tonight, and the good update from that. The committee is doing a great job. The videos certainly are out there for anyone to see and take a look at their meetings. They are getting into the meat of this department and the processes, and it's very professional. It's very forward thinking. I think they're all dedicated to finding solutions. So it's the committee structure itself is working well. And proud to see, their movement. And I'll also like to echo what other council members have said to John McCarter. Appreciate his service to our city, service and thrown into this fire in the position that he's currently in, and certainly wish him well in his next endeavor. I think Councilmember Perez, did you have a quick comment?
No, sir.
No. Okay. You were gearing up, looked like you did, so I wanted to make sure. But with that, Mr. McCarter, we appreciate your service. I know you're going to be on the rest of the meeting, but I do appreciate the care and concern that you've shown over this issue and other issues around the city since you've been here. So, and I think we'll move on to new business item number 4. We did take new business item number 3, and we are moving that to a future agenda. We've got some questions and comments and concerns that a council member is going to submit a pretty good write-up, allow staff to address those questions, and come back to that with a future agenda date for that. Councilmember Carbone, would you place new business item number 4 on the table?
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration and possible action. First reading of ordinance number 1599. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Number 4 is the financing, and I'll reference item 5 a little bit. But as council is well aware, we've gone through our capital improvement budgets and other budgeting processes, and we've been pursuing Texas Water Development Board funding for one of our major expansions, and that is for the John Hargrove Environmental Center wastewater treatment plant. And we've been successful at that. So kudos to the staff team for going through all the paperwork and regulations and doing that. We also were successful, as you will recall, for the surface water treatment plant. And what the TWDB funding does is provide us very, very low interest for these major capital projects. So whereas in our CIP, just being conservative, we had estimated interest cost carry on the open market, but with this TWDB, we'll be able to update that now and lower those because of this known quantity. So the amount here is for the full project cost of $75 million. I note that because it's a little bit unusual for us, but we went for the entire project amount. And even though we've issued some monies already for this, for the design and other works of this, we'll be, with this low interest, it just makes sense to take the cheapest money and pay for the project as much as we can. And then we'll use those other monies within the utility fund for other projects. And that's completely kosher with TWDB and the bond council and everybody else. That's done in other places. So that's the only note I would say, just to highlight that. So because it's a little bit different. But the sale took place today. I sent that material out to you as soon as we got it. That's just the way these things work, is we get them and then we put them on for action the same day. It is a little bit higher because of what TWDB, how they calculate that, than what we had initially thought, but it's still better than the open market. And with that, hopefully I didn't take too much of this thunder away, but Mr. Roebuck and Mr. McCarter can go through some of the specifics with you. So.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson.
Roebuck, take it away.
Thank you, John. Mr. Pearson, Mayor, council members, John Roebuck of BOK Financial Securities. I'm your financial advisor, and as Mr. Pearson stated, we were able to secure rates from the Texas Water Development Board this morning. As he stated, the rates were a little higher than we've historically seen. They had a change in their intended use program or plan starting on December 16th of 2020. It took effect. As a result, the calculations of the interest was more beneficial to them, but it's still beneficial to us compared to the public market. We were projecting about a 0.4% interest rate. When it was all said and done, we came in about 1.57% all cost, but that is about 1.3% lower than the public market. So we were able to secure low rates, lock it in for the entire $75 million project. And we are not going to spread it over a 3-year period. And by doing this in one sale with the Texas Water Development Board, we were able to save on the average $2 or $3 million over the next 15, 16 years compared to what we had in the CIP. So it was very positive for the city. On the screen is the presentation. I'll briefly go through it. I mean, it's great news. Not as good news as I was hoping we would present, but it's great news nonetheless. On the next page is overview of the current market, bond market. This is the bond buyer index. It's a weekly average. I show this to you every time I present it to you guys because I think it's important to know where the municipal market rates are and where the market is. The red line is the revenue index. This is kind of more comparable to what we did today. Look up far right, we're at 2.54%. We're 10 basis points off all time. So we're at a great interest rate environment, well below the historical average. On the next page, this is the debt service requirements. So we sold $75 million. We did level principal throughout most of the structure over a 30-year period. The first maturity in 2022, we actually lowered so we can actually keep in line with what the water rates and what the plans were for the CIP. And then after that, we just let it fall to level principal. The $75 million does generate proceeds of $73,710,074 for the projects. And again, like I said, it changed the way they calculate the interest rates. Historically, it's been the municipal market daily less a subsidy of 130 basis points. They still are doing that, but they capped, or I guess they put a floor of 60 basis points. So you can't not receive 0% interest on each maturity we thought. And then they also calculated based on a year yield to maturity, not yield to call after the call date. So we saw, like I said, a little higher interest rates, but still very, very positive, very low interest rates. And the next page is the final sources and uses of funds. Again, we sold $75 million in bonds, less the origination fee of a little over almost $1.3 million equals total proceeds of $73,710,074. And the all cost interest rate is a 1.574%. So again, for 30-year debt, 1.574 is a great rate. On the next page is the schedule of events. We're actually there on the second item there on Monday, February 22nd. We received the final rates from the Texas Water Development Board. We're asking you to approve the first reading of the ordinance. We'll come back to you next Monday with a second reading of the ordinance. In that point, we'll have the ordinance completely filled out with the final numbers. And after you approve that, Tanya Fisher, who's your bond counsel, she'll be on the phone also, who drafted that ordinance, will take those documents, provide it to the Attorney General, get it approved, and we'll close and deliver the funds on Thursday, April 1st. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have on the financing. And if Tanya is on, I'm sure she'll be happy to answer questions you have on the legal documents we're asking you to approve.
All right. Does that wrap up staff's report as well?
It does.
All right. Now we'll throw open to council for any questions and comments. Either bond counsel or staff. Councilmember Kamkar?
Mr. Roebuck, how many bidders were on this today?
This was a program. It's a low cost interest class program that the city secured by doing an application.
So it's just a rate lock.
It's a rate lock. It's basically it's almost considered a loan, although I'm not supposed to say that in the financial community, but it's a loan through the Texas Water Development Board state program.
Where has the trend line been on that interest rate? I know we were looking at 1.4. We're slightly above that. Is the trend line going up, or did we just happen to be on a bad day?
Actually, if we based on Friday's rates, we've been 10 basis points higher.
Oh, that's great.
So we actually locked in lower rates than today.
Got it. And then the call date on these bonds, is it 2032 or 2033?
It's 2032. It's a 10-year call. And that's mandated by the Texas Water Development Board.
No further questions.
Okay. Any other questions, comments from council?
Yeah, John, is that approximately $500 million in debt? Is that total debt for the city of Pearland?
This is the water sewer. This is the debt that's paid for by the water and sewer system revenues. So this does include all the water and sewer debt we've issued historically, and then plus a portion of debt that was issued by the general obligation side, but it's paid for by the water and sewer system revenues.
All right, thank you.
And that slide is current debt service all added up. What's the current total debt? Well, let me ask this question. After adding this on, what would be the total debt to the enterprise fund?
This is it right here.
This is it. Okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
And what is that total number?
Down the bottom, total principal and interest is $501 million. Principal amount, I'd have to look it up, Mayor. I'm sorry, but 75 million plus what your existing principal outstanding, the bonds.
Okay. Does someone have that number?
Actually, if you give me just 1 second, Mayor, I have it right here.
483, 514, 782. I mean, it's the bottom left at 408. That's what we currently have plus 75.
Right, but that's principal and interest. If you're looking for just the debt,
Now that
principal amount.
That's just principal.
Is it?
Right.
Okay.
But we're paying John $34,000 for the presentation, so I'll let you use your calculator.
Wait.
Wouldn't it be
I'm showing a different amount.
It's on the current.
Councilmember, I'm showing. Sorry.
The current slide
I'm showing
shows
339,545 principal amount outstanding plus 75.
But the current slide shows 408.
But that's debt service. That's principal and interest. But if you're looking
Okay.
The principal amount outstanding is 75 plus the existing cost is 345,000.
Gotcha.
Mayor, since we're asking for clarifications, also just in case a resident pulled up the presentation and the slides from the agenda that's available on the website versus what we showed in the presentation tonight, John, if you could just touch on the difference in the interest that was presented, just to make that crystal clear for people, because I think that may have been somewhat glossy.
Good point.
Sure, Councilmember. When we historically done Texas Water Board deal, it's always been what we call the municipal market daily, MMD, which is a published rate indices that we base all pricings off of spread to. Historically, it's been the AA rated MMD less a subsidy of either 165 or 130, depending on the program the city applied for. Drinking water, clean water. This is a clean water drinking fund program. In December, because rates have been so low for the last couple of years, Texas Water Development Board passed a new intended use plan that changed the calculation of rates to put a floor. It took effect December 16th, 2020, basically 1 month, almost a little less than a month before they approved the loan or the program for the city. So it was not communicated to us until the day that they changed. In fact, they sent us the initial rate calculation. We ran numbers and almost everything wrapped up, and they came back and said, oh my gosh, we didn't put the new intended use program calculation of the rates in here. So they came back, put the floor in there, and then they calculated the further out interest rates based on a yield to maturity instead of a yield to call. So that is the difference. They realized they've been losing so much money and the state was not going to supplement them. The difference of the loss, so that they've increased their rates.
Got it. So that would be that it's roughly $15 million difference there. But you're saying that that's still way under what the market rate would give us.
If we were to sell in the market today, we'd probably be looking at an additional $10 million in interest costs.
Okay, so we're still coming under $10 million. Okay. Thank you, John. I appreciate that.
Yeah. And actually, I apologize. It's about $9 million, excuse me, $9 million difference.
Councilmember Carbone, did you have a question? That you were headed that way. Any other Councilmember Rowlands?
That 501 million, that doesn't include the freshwater plant, does it? The money we're going to have for that, from the Texas Water Commission. Anybody?
John, that's all in all the current debt service for TWDB and everything else like that. So that's included in there, right?
This is a surface. We're talking about the surface water treatment plant we funded last year.
Yes.
That's included in this. Yes.
So that is included, and I'd also add that is over the 30 years. So that's not what's outstanding at this moment. We don't have that apparently right now, but that's it's like saying how much we're going to collect in water and sewer revenues over the next 30 years too. So that'd be the comparison of how much revenue is going to be coming in to service that.
One other one that going through that we've done the on the Hargrove over there, I guess engineering done, and CMAR going through there with a guaranteed maximum price on there. We're showing a contingency of $2 million. If we're getting a guaranteed maximum price on that, what are we doing with the extra $2 million? For contingency.
Hey, Woody, can we save that question for the next item?
Yeah, it's 4 and 5. I mean, it shows a contingency in there.
Yeah. I know that's on the I just want to make sure that we stay on the right. No. I know where you're headed. I know. Anybody have a question on 4?
John, just maybe for the benefit of everybody who's watching, what would you generally say with our enterprise fund, our debt ratio, what our annual revenue is on our enterprise fund? How healthy is the City of Pearland's capability to take on this debt? Where are we with our bond capacity for this particular fund?
John Roebuck or John McCarter?
John Roebuck. Or McCarter, whoever wants to answer. We can go in reverse order of alphabet.
Well, y'all have in place coverage requirements and reserve fund requirements, and y'all have
Looks like
of
John number two
those
is going to.
There he goes.
$5 million debt, which is still above 2.4. Yeah. So you're well above your covenants. You're well above what the rating companies look at to be acceptable.
I mean, and in broad strokes, we're not going to get cheaper money, and it's not like we can't afford, we can't do the JHAG. We have to do the project in order for us to close down Linwood, in order for us to prevent the capacity issues that are clearly forthcoming and avoid fines from TCEQ that would be much more costly and not reimbursable. I mean, we have to do this project. So, I mean, in the end, look, we'd love to be debt averse and we'd love to be pay as you go, but we have to do it this way. And there's no better way for us to be responsible to the citizens than take on debt at 1 point or under 2%. So, I wish we were in a point in the city's history where we could just say, hey, let's cash out $75 million and get this plant expanded, but we're just not there yet. But I think that it's good for us to constantly look at this and ask these questions and make sure that we're keeping an eye on our debt capacity. But overall, even though it's a large number, it's the city is in a healthy financial position and we can afford to take this debt on.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
Councilmember, it's also cheaper doing this than spreading it over the 3 years we were looking at the CIP because of the low interest rates.
Yeah, I mean, if we had $75 million that we could just cash out, we'd be better to take on the debt and put that money in the bank and get a higher interest. So I think that's we're not going to get cheaper money than what we're doing, than what's being proposed right now.
Right. All right. With that, I don't see any other questions or comments. Madam Secretary, let's call for the vote. This is new business item number 4.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
No.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Little?
Aye.
Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
The motion carries 6-1 to approve the first reading of ordinance number 1599.
All right. Thank you. Moving on to new business item number 5. Mayor Pro Tem, would you please place this on the table?
Yes, Mayor. Consideration and possible action resolution number R2021-40. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As the material recommends, we would like to move forward with an early works package with this, which was again done successfully with the surface water treatment plant. We will be avoiding known cost increases, so we need to lock these in tonight. But this has been designed so that it will move forward on these elements and lock in those prices and won't put the city into any extra risk. But we've negotiated this with PLW Waterworks and for the $20 million for this early works. And I think Mr. Epperson maybe could clarify how this relates to the CMAR or not, and the guaranteed maximum price, I believe, is still in the works. But can you talk about that, Trent?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Pearson. So this represents a materials package and equipment package. So it's only a portion of the plant itself. So this is an early works package. It will be part of the overall guaranteed maximum price when we get to that point. We're not there yet. We expect the balance of the GMP coming back before you in late April or May. So we'll have that at that point. So that approximately $2 million that's in the contingency right now is because we don't have the GMP yet. We'll have that April, May, and then we'll be able to lock down the final cost of the project.
Okay, you answered my question then. But, so that looks like in April that you get to.
Yes, sir. Expect that late April or May.
Is this part of this 19 or closer to $20 million? Is it part of the original $75.6 million budgeted?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because the material kept saying an increase of $19.9 million. Word increase was in there several times, so it kind of led me to believe, wait a minute, we're going to add another $20 million to the budget. So it is part of the $75 million.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Trent.
All right. Any other questions, comments?
So we're just about $140,000 over what we bid. Am I reading that correctly? Over what was in the, I'm sorry, the bid, the bid is about $140,000 over the estimate.
Yes, sir. Of the $20 million approximately that we're awarding as part of the early works package, almost $17 million of that is the equipment and materials. And based on the 90% estimate versus the actual bids as they came in, we were about $140,000 over.
And where are the plans in the approval process? I know we're not at 90% quite yet, but we plan on waiting till we purchase these items till we get to 90%. Am I reading the material correctly?
No, I believe we are at 90%, and we're going through the final approval processes with TCQ on different pieces of that package. But we're at a point where we know which equipment, we know which materials are going into the project, and so the remaining piece of the design won't affect any of that.
So we feel confident at this point. We're not going to need comments from 90% to issue for construction that would affect any of the sizes of these pumps, any of the materials that we're proposing.
That's correct.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments? I do have one question. A lot of the equipment, how much of this equipment materials is due to an impending increase in steel pricing? I know we're expecting some steel pricing to go up quite considerable in the months to come.
Yes, sir. I think it's all of the equipment or just about everything on here was subject to price increases from the 21 pricing sheets to 2021. And when this was actually bid, we were able to secure those prices and get them to hold them to this point. So it includes, those steel cost increases. So just about anything in here, that has any steel in it would be impacted by that, plus just general annual price increases for this type of equipment and materials.
Trying to lock down before those price increases go into effect.
Yes, sir. And that without locking it in, we'd be subject to about $1.5 million increase on this package.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, comments? I don't see any. Madam Secretary, let's call for the vote.
Member Hernandez,
Aye.
Member Little,
Aye.
Member Perez,
Aye.
Member Owens,
Aye.
Member Orlando,
Aye.
Member Carbone,
Aye.
Member Camcar.
No.
The motion carries 6-1 to adopt resolution number R 2021-40.
All right, moving on to new business item number 6. This is input and discussion, current status and priorities from last week, our weather emergency, power losses, and those types of things. We'll turn this over to for staff report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. When we put this on the agenda on Friday, we were not exactly certain where we'd be at tonight, and so we wrote it like this, just so we'd have an opportunity to provide an update. Pleased, as you know, that over the weekend, a lot of things were able to turn in our favor. And but just to go back a little bit, we had our first weather briefing on Thursday, the 11th. All day the 12th was additional calls and conversations internally and with Weather Service and preparing and making sure that we had staffing in place, making arrangements for holding people over and weekend coverage. And all that was important for the prep. We also shook down the generators and made sure that those were all running. And we have a significant, fleet of those, inventory of those for all our various facilities. And so if I don't mention prior, we've spent a lot and invested a lot, and that was successful. You may recall we just added for the public safety building, full power for that building, and that was very much needed and very much helpful for this entire event. Also at our recreation center natatorium, which we rely on again and again for different things, we upgraded that generation capacity. So that was all part of the preparation for what the weather forecast called, and their forecasts were pretty much dead on. Sunday midnight, it turned cold and stayed that way. So, as the cold snap came in, power outages, as we all know, came around. At the initial stages, what was supposed to be rolling blackouts from the lack of power generation at the various highest level around the state, those got frozen in place. And so, those initial, what was intended to be rolling blackouts, we understood, lasted upwards of 30 hours in places in Pearland. And so all of that contributed not only to the human suffering and stress in our individual homes, but also on our equipment. And there was just a cascade of issues that we were jumping around from facilities and road closures, et cetera, et cetera. So we kept council updated throughout that. And then after the power started to come back on, then we suffered the water loss, and that was a combination of factors. But we did not receive as much. We weren't receiving the pressure and the volume that anywhere near we normally would from the City of Houston system. That is, we do have diversified sources, but that is a large one until we get the surface water treatment plant on. And we can't supply the entire city from the ground pumps that we have. Just too big, a city east to west, and those pumps aren't sized for that. And so that the water system went down, as with many. I think I shared to you that at one point TCQ, I believe, was saying that 14 million Texans were under a boil water order as of Saturday. So we were definitely not alone, and everybody was facing some of the same things. But again, our staff is just tremendous. I think there's been recognition. Appreciate the comments that have been shared throughout. Got around to some sites. The fire department crews were running, just nonstop. I think there was a quote of they did in 2 days the volume that they normally do in 2 weeks, just the call volume. I visited out to Reflection Bay, and the crew there had been there since Sunday when I was out there on Thursday, I believe. And they, slept there in not too comfortable conditions, but they were keeping things going. Then when it turned to the water, they came up with a plan, asked for some outside expertise, and very quickly, I believe that was Wednesday, the days run together, but they developed a plan for how we could recharge and re-energize the plant, and the system, I should say. And they did that successfully overnight, and that moved towards getting us in a much better place. At least we had that pressure, but of course we still had the boil water order, and that was in effect. But we were able to we did the simultaneous testing as when Houston did theirs, and so we were able to lift that yesterday, plus or minus 3. We're fully engaged in the recovery work now. We've got trash, debris pickup. We're making provisions for permits. That's on your agenda tonight, and trying to encourage people to do get permits for that's necessary, but we'll accept them after the fact. It's just important to get that documented. We're trying to get people to also report and assess their damage profiles so we can get the dollars and be in line for appropriate reimbursements. We're documenting everything, so we'll go for the FEMA reimbursements if that becomes available. And then on top of everything else, we did the bottled water distribution yesterday. Saturday, sorry. And so we got 2 locations for that, and it was learned a lot about the power grid and partnerships there, but also when it came to the water, making sure that we got some of that was coming down, and got that out. Communications, as always, is critical through all this, and as we've shared previously, did our level best, and we can always do more, and fine tune that. But getting notices out on the Everbridge system directly to 30,000 some people numbers. And then the social media, which is always around us, and the website, all those kinds of avenues. It was a 24/7 all hands operation throughout, and so it's still a work in progress. As I mentioned, we're still in this at the beginning of the recovery. We had significant damage to a few facilities. Fire Station 2, there, I think the generator there, blew a rod and went down. Just mechanical failure there. We had a replacement generator that then caused some major power system problems there. We've got a disaster recovery firm that's been out there working, trying to get us back up and running. The Knapp Center, I believe, had some water damage and some other limited water damages. So all in all, you know, it was just like many of the cities across the state had to improvise and do a lot of different things. But I think it was a shining moment for local governments in terms of, you know, rising up to that and doing what we could under very difficult circumstances. And just hats off to the whole city team. Appreciate the preparedness that we practice. It's been a year from heck in terms of COVID and everything else that we've dealt with. And by the way, we're gearing up for another COVID vaccine dispensation. You know, this week with 4,000 doses, we had 3,000 allocated that didn't come last week with the storm. We had another 1,000 allocated. So we're looking forward to getting that out on top of the 3,000 we successfully got out 2 weeks ago. So I said kind of all over the place, didn't do a PowerPoint or anything, just didn't have the bandwidth to do that. But that's sort of the first impressions. We will be doing, as we always do, an after action report, and you know, always trying to get better and identifying where we can you know, strengthen the systems and you know, whatever that takes, and we'll bring to you those reports and bring that back to you as soon as possible. So that's sort of 1 week and 10 minutes.
In 5 to 6 minutes, you put the week in perspective. It was an incredible week. Watching staff firsthand does make you proud to see the dedication that all departments. There wasn't departments plural. There was the city together. It was truly teamwork. Watching everybody come together to do their part in the middle of an emergency. You know, you just put a different hat on sometimes than what you normally do when you're getting ready to go to work. We see Parks Department folks and others become different types of employees in the midst of one of these actions. And I'll throw it out there. Julian's plan worked, and our city is grateful for the work that he put into that and putting that plan together to get our water pressure up. And it was a good shining moment to our public works and the work that they did, you know, in the entire week. Just the dedication that they did. So, and being able to see it firsthand was really something to watch. Also, our communications team, just the constant communication out to people. What I learned this a long time ago, but watched it in action last week, and that is when people don't see or hear or know what's going on, they just don't have the information. All of the negative types of things come up: fear, anxiety, frustration, despair. You know, all of those negative emotions just rise to the top. And so, watching our communications team get out in front of that and communicate what was happening was very, very good to calm people and to give reassurance that the city was working and was well aware of the issues as they rolled, you know, through to individual homes. And so that was good. When are you planning to have this kind of debriefing after the fact internally? Because I think council can probably supply some decent questions to that as well.
Yep. So if council could actually provide that this week in writing, that'd be very helpful, so we don't miss anything. But you know, the process for those, I mean, there is a process to that, and so already asked a couple folks to lead that effort internally, and so we're not going to ask for outside help this time, but they'll be starting that meetings. I mean, probably doing some of the base information like the timeline this week, but more realistically next week, get a chance to breathe and have some of the group meetings and debriefs and document that. So if council could give us your perspectives this week, that'd be wonderful.
Good. Throw it open to council. Questions, comments? Woody?
Yeah, just a quick thing. You know, number one, I think y'all did an excellent job going through this. And of course, you know, we haven't had a storm like that, but we had Harvey. It's a bigger problem. But I was wondering, you know, there's an extra amount of information that came out during this process that we had through there, and it kept council pretty well above, speed on this thing, everything that was going on. We have a list of probably every HOA in Pearland. Does that same information go out to each one of those HOAs so they can spread it to their people in the area?
So we give you as council, as our board of directors, a lot more detail on things, and I think that'd be overwhelming. I mean, so the HOAs would probably be a good avenue to explore. There's a challenge in that, they run the gamut in terms of organization. I mean, your own, I think you told me they're voluntary in their dues payments. So I don't know if they necessarily have really good communication methods, all of them. Some of them do, some of them don't. So, I think our strategy would be to get as much out there on the public avenue as clearly as possible, as quickly as possible, as consistently as possible, and then let the HOAs know that that's where they can go to share to their members. So.
I'd say first, I want to thank the mayor for his efforts, and I appreciate you sending out the note that was shared with us to staff. It's a thankless job. A lot of what y'all do, it certainly offers itself up to a fair amount of criticism, which is what you mostly hear from. We didn't have anybody at the dais coming in to tell y'all what an excellent job y'all did over the last week, and we won't. We won't have anybody that comes in and says, I'm glad that you kept at least some running water in the system for the amount of time that we could. I'm glad that you communicated to us as best you could, and I'm glad that you had people sleeping in the wastewater facilities overnight, sacrificing their time with their family, sleeping in the cold, so that they could keep the city's facilities running. We won't have anybody that comes in and tells us that. We'll have people come in and criticize us for the imperfections that commonly occur for any organization of this size. But we rarely have anybody come and show y'all the true appreciation for all that you do. I wish that I could do something more than just throw out some words, but talking with my neighbors, talking with my friends, talking with my coworkers, I just expressed how amazed I was that things were still operating. Everything that could possibly fail failed, and probably failed twice, and things still were working. I was anxious because I wanted to get out there and help, and I'm sure I would speak for the other council members that they thought the same, but we do nothing but just get in your way, and y'all wouldn't want us there in the first place. So I could just sit there like every other citizen and just commend y'all for the incredible work that y'all did. It's seen some of it on from a staff's perspective, recovery from Ike when I first started here, and then the disasters I've had to deal with since I've been on council, which seem numerous at this point. I think as a friend posted on Facebook, I'm kind of tired of living through historical events. I can't thank y'all enough. And I know, again, it's a thankless job. You kind of know you kind of know that you're getting into that when you take a job with a municipality, a government agency. But I really, as much as I can congratulate y'all for the work that y'all did, I want to offer it to you.
Yeah, just to reiterate, great job, guys. It seems like these disasters have been coming one after another. We dealt with Harvey, and then we have to deal with the pandemic, which is still ongoing, and then this record freeze. Almost like, okay, what's next? But I think you guys have risen to the occasion, and you just keep getting better as you face one disaster after the next. And as Councilman Perez said, sometimes the citizens, a lot of them do appreciate it and understand how difficult the job is, but then there's always going to be that group out there that can't wait to get on Facebook or other social media and criticize the job. But personally, I know what you guys are up against, and I think you did a good job. I was fighting my own battles with 3 busted pipes and a flooded house, so very small on scale, but at the same time, it wasn't fun. Trying to find a plumber these days. Anyway, great job. Keep up the good work.
Councilmember Camcar, do you have something to add?
Can everybody hear me?
You can. You're good.
All right. I'm not going to belabor the point. What I would tell you is that the most impressive thing over this weekend, there was a ton of suffering, and city workers, city staff, city personnel, first responders, they were not immune to that suffering. Mothers not having enough food or water or frigid temperatures, or figuring out, does your natural gas fireplace work, or does your natural gas water work, your water heater? And I saw a group of intrepid people not complain, just saddle up and do the job. And there will be the naysayers. There will be the people who are not in the arena. There will be the people who will find a nit to pick. That is fine. That is normal. That is human nature. But the people who are in the struggle with you observed a group that has been maligned for the better part of 2 years really show up. And the reality is, as the city manager pointed out, more than half of the state is under a boil water notice. I bet you still 10 million people in the state probably are still looking to boil water. And we are in a situation where that is not the case tonight. So what I would say to the folks is you are not paid enough. Your suffering will never make the newspaper, but it is understood, it is accepted, and it is appreciated. I've never been so proud of a group of folks who have got the message out, who have taken care of the internal items and taken care of each other. It is not even known. We stood up a warming center. I don't know how many lives we saved, our folks, but they saved lives. And the best thing that I can point to is nobody in our city died from this situation. Nobody died from exposure. As far as I know, nobody died in a house fire. That is a gigantic achievement that we should all take internally and understand. Our citizens made it through, and some more worse for the wear, but I'm very, very proud of this group. I look forward to us not having a challenge like this again this year, I would hope, but I know our team is up to the task. So thank you so much.
Mayor Pro Tem Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Much like everyone else up here, it's just staff just totally blew my mind. I mean, I saw it. I was thinking a lot about 2017. I was not on council at the time, but I remember, having owned the drink station. I was at the public service building, public safety building. I was at Pearland High School. I was there with our staff. I was there with the police officers and the firefighters, and watching how they were dealing not just with serving the public, but with, all of the different scenarios that were occurring and happening, all, the stuff that goes along with a hurricane. And, I was impressed then. I saw the level of dedication, love for this city, love for our residents then. And this time I just feel like the amount of things that were happening were probably multiplied by at least 3, 4, 5 times what I remember dealing with Harvey. And again, I wasn't on council at the time, so I wasn't privy to all of the information, but it seemed like this particular disaster, to me, Mayor, was on a much different scale than what we've dealt with in the past. I will tell you, to Member Perez's point, in a 2 to 3 day time span, and how I was communicating with the public, and, people turn to the members of council. We are their contact quite often. We're the ones that they turn to if they have questions, things like that. In a 2 to 3 day time span, I got roughly 30,000 impressions of just points of communication, touch points with residents in our city. And the feedback that I received from those residents in those 30,000 touch points was overwhelmingly positive, as far as just being able to see what was happening. 2 points that were made earlier, the level of communication that we had this time, I think, was just outstanding. I think the residents saw that. They were able to see what was happening, what our city employees were doing. Our crews were out there. I wrote down here to mention our Director of Public Works had made some comments on LinkedIn, and I think it was either today or yesterday. He said that some of our Public Works employees are just now going home to their own damage at home. They put their lives on hold for our residents. And I just, I don't know how we can commend that beyond just saying thank you. That is absolutely phenomenal. if there's one thing that I wanted to add to this, just as a request, which I sent this in an email already, but if there's any way to just kind of tie this all together, and I've got these 6 points here that I'll bring up mostly during the early budget input, but one of them that I think is appropriate to bring forward now is for the Everbridge registration, if there's some way to clean up that process to get people on there, maybe to provide an opt-out rather than an opt-in scenario, and in particular with UB for new accounts, if we can just automatically register people and build up that list. And I can tell you, Member Owens, the HOA list, I've had to use it. It's severely outdated. So trying to give people that opportunity to automatically enter our system and receive those communications, which were great, phenomenal. Again, overwhelmingly, Mayor, the public feedback that I've received, if I could pass along, has been overwhelmingly positive. I have nothing but great things to say for staff. Thank you so much for your dedication to this city. And that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Carbone.
Yeah, I appreciate it all, staff. I'll keep my comments short. And I guess the different perspective I have is none of this really surprised me. I mean, staff's always stepped up, and they continue to step up and be professional in the face of whatever gets thrown at them. So thank you.
Councilmember Orlando.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, again, we'll say was a great job by the entire city. The whole country and world saw what happens when government doesn't work, when organizations like ERCOT don't work and don't communicate, and they saw something very different here in the city of Pearland, and for that, we're all tremendously grateful. The last thing I want to say, just on top of what everyone else has said, is just the dynamism that's been showed by this whole team. That just as a quick example, because I was out there doing the water bottle distribution. I mean, you have Parks and Rec able to go and work with the entire city, distributing water bottles the week before and the week after. They're distributing life-saving vaccines into people's arms. So I think that's a kind of a testament to the whole city. We've pivoted from crisis to crisis in this way that really impacts people's lives, and makes a lot of the stuff that honestly we come up here and it feels sometimes silly, some of the arguments that we get in, but this experience, at least to me, makes a lot of that feel worth it, that this is when government showed up in a way in Pearland that made people's lives better. And that's something I've seen so clearly for things that are very important and life or death in the last couple of weeks. And so grateful for that, and grateful to be able to be a small part of this team and help in any way. So thanks again.
Good deal. A couple things, and maybe for this Saturday early budget input session, actually would like to see us do this before hurricane season, so not even waiting for the budget. But we just need to find where and how we can go ahead and store our own kind of stockpile of water. Water is cheap. We have water companies, Niagara, Nestle, others that will, quite frankly, give us the water. We just need a place to store it. As you know, whether it's in this past event or in a tropical event, it's that first 24 to 36 to 48 hours that as that storm comes through and it's still going, the relief can't get here yet. And trying to figure out how we can store certain provisions to have that first 48 to say 72 hours that we have our own stockpile of water. I'd like to work and figure out where we can do that, how we store that. I think it's a minimal investment, even if we had to pay for something to figure it out. Secondly, even working with folks like HEB and Kroger, can we go to them and talk about certain non-perishable foods that we can have stockpiled there to have ready to go as well? Again, all of this has a shelf life. We'd have to manage through that. But I think that's something, every single storm event, this is an issue, every single one. So if we had that type of stockpile ready to go, we would, in the early stages of it, would be better for our folks. And again, I think we can do it with partnering with community partners, and our investment could be very, very minimal in the long run. So that's something I'd like to see us work towards. Neil Kidd, the director of Texas Emergency Management, here in the state, talked with him. He's looking for local partners to do the same thing. The state is looking to have their own stockpile of water, MREs, food, about 8 different locations across the state. Obviously, one in Houston. For all I know, maybe 2 in Houston. Don't know, 1 north, 1 south. Told him that we would be very interested in having those conversations. We would just want to be able to get to it as soon as possible, or whatever our share would be. Don't know how that would look or work out, but it's something worth taking a look at, so we're not dependent on others. And as we all know, all of the resources get sucked to the north when things like this happen. We end up just having to beg, borrow, and steal, a pallet of water here and a pallet of water there. It'd be nice to have our residents stockpile, and you can't get it in the midst of the action, so you have to have it ready to go in a stockpile situation. So those are some things that I learned in this that I'd like to see us move towards, and what that looks like, all of that. But I do know we have hurricane season coming June 1, so might as well get out in front of it. I think Councilmember Rowlands had a question.
Yeah, Kevin, you brought up a good point, certainly on that. And following the news, national news, they're saying that this is not our last event like this, with the weather changing the way it is. But they said that the reason that Texas had such a problem, that we're building homes now on stilts for hurricanes and keeping it up like that, and said Texas is going to have to look at changing the building codes, because this is not the last time that we're going to see these storms come in back to back. And so that's something that's pretty well, to think about, of doing it, to making some kind of changes through there. But they're saying that that's naturally going to happen, is the southern building codes are going to change.
I would second a request to evaluate building codes for environmental resiliency. So I know that there's a lot on staff's plate, but maybe at a time conducive to that, that's a discussion that can be had.
And to piggyback on that, if I could, and I already asked you this, Clay, but also I know that at the time, Member Owens, Perez, and I were in favor of this December 10th, back in 2018, the facilities assessment resolution that came before us. If it's possible to even revisit something like that and really do a comprehensive dive into our facilities and get us that feedback as far as what we need to build out a more resilient infrastructure, I would very much be in favor of that as well.
Good point. Councilmember Perez?
Yeah, I think that review is ongoing. PBK, I think, is working on that. We could add it to their scope. I just kind of I want to dovetail to what you said. I think it's a good idea. I heard a term yesterday, or a phrase yesterday on Meet the Press that I thought was apropos. Is like, we keep calling these events black swan events, or once in 100-year or 100-year events. So at some point, we got to realize that they just happen kind of regularly now. I don't want to get into conspiracy theories and all the political arguments about what it means for the grander scope, but we just know these weather events, these type of disasters are just happening way too frequently. I think it's a good idea before we get into the summer for us to have maybe a workshop and discuss what we'd like to do. Storing bottles, maybe a large purchase of MREs. I would hate to give those to people. Having eaten plenty of them myself, but at least it's something. We'll make sure that there's an omelet with ham in there, but also create maybe better connectivity with our charities. On the board of the neighborhood center, along with Member Orlando, there's an opportunity there for us to maybe stand them up a little better. I won't exhaust the point, but I think it's a good idea. And, let's maybe get something on an agenda sometime in early spring, and maybe we can start the process of stockpiling this budget season.
Good stuff. We're going to move on to good download. Look more to the lessons learned, input from the staff as they learn how to do better, continue to improve our process. With that, we'll just move on to new business item number 7. To turn to Mr. Camcar, if you could place that on the table.
Consideration and possible action, resolution number 2021-41.
So move that.
Yeah.
Any move?
Yeah, you got to make the movement, Alex.
So moved.
There you go.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The mayor is allowed under state law to make a disaster declaration, but that only has the effect of 7 days. A new disaster declaration was issued last Friday, and this is actually extending that. And that was relative to the name storm that came out. But we need to have this for coverage as we go forward in the recovery, and also make expenses that, as I mentioned earlier, we'll seek reimbursement for. So this extends that emergency declaration, much as we have done for ongoing COVID pandemic. So if I could digress, appreciate all the comments earlier. We'll figure out a way to get that conveyed to the staff. I mean, there's 10 of us sitting in here, but it's always hard to let people know when that appreciation does come in. I'd also note that we had a new employee orientation this morning, and we had 12 new employees come, several of them coming from different organizations from other cities wanting to join us. But one of the things we always do with those new employee orientations with Ron and Trent and I is we talk about one city organization. You're not going back to work for a department. And, we believe that wholeheartedly. I think that's a big function of our office. And that's important and good to do anytime. But disasters, as you all noted, that's when we need to all be in the public safety business and all working as one city. And, where you sit on Monday during the day in the office is going to be different Wednesday when the disaster shows up. So, the parks people and the rec center and the conversion of that, all that is heartened, and Harvey kind of strengthened that resolve and commitment to emergency preparedness, and that doesn't just happen by accident. So it's a lot of training, and hesitate to mention any names because there's so many people, but we brought on Peter Martin after Harvey, and he and Melanie have done a great job in keeping emergency preparedness at the top of our list. So that's all relative to the disaster declaration extension before you right now. Thank you.
A quick question. I know that the federal government declared Texas a state of emergency for 70-something counties, and Governor Abbott had requested it to extend to all 200, I believe 256 counties. Is Brazoria County included in that 72 counties, I think it was?
Yes, sir, it is.
We are? Okay. Well, if that's not extended, at least we're protected. All right, thank you.
Any other questions, comments, council? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Member Camcar,
Aye.
Member Hernandez,
Aye.
Member Little,
Aye.
Member Perez,
Aye.
Member Owens,
Aye.
Member Orlando,
Aye.
Member Carbone.
Aye.
The motion carries 7-0 to adopt resolution number R 2021-41.
All right, moving to new business item number 8. Councilmember Little, place that on the table.
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration of possible action resolution number R 2021-42. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a couple of seconds. Take your pick. Staff report.
So after Harvey, we did something similar. We're recommending that we waive certain building permit fees that are associated with the repair of homes and businesses damaged by the storm. We'll take a broad definition of that. As I mentioned in the other report, we do ask people to get permits for certain work, but just for their own safety and long term. But we're not looking to make that hard, and we don't want to, add a fee on top of that. So this was set up towards the March 5th with the idea of trying to get people in to get those permits and get going. But if there's a desire to make that a little bit longer, I think we did have to extend that after Harvey as well. So maybe that window is a little bit tight.
Okay, does that complete your staff report?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're into council input and discussion. I believe Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Hernandez has a question.
Yes, Mayor. To that point, I did want to go ahead and just make a motion to amend the language here to read that the waiver is retroactive from February 18th and lasts through March 12th instead of March 5th to extend that effective date by 1 week.
Second.
So we have amended motion and a second to extend it to March. You said March 12th, right?
Yes, sir.
Sure, I heard that. Okay. So, so we have an amended motion and a second. So now we are debating the amended motion.
I wouldn't say a debate, but let's have an opportunity maybe. But let's see. Do we have council on the? We have council on the 8th. Let's maybe put an item on there to see where we are with the permitting. I think my only concern is procurement. Right now, we already have people who are having a difficult time getting plumbing supplies, drywall, things like that. So it may not be an issue of their ability. It's just can't get contractors, can't get materials, can't get permits. So let's just.
Yeah, we don't have council on the 8th. We have it on next Monday on the 1st, and then it's not the 8th in anticipation of spring breaks and those types of things. And we go all the way out to March 20. I don't have the calendar in front of me.
22nd.
March 22nd will be the second regular meeting.
So I mean, I think it's a good point. I think we should at least, I don't even know, a week. I agree. It's getting a plumber in a week to 2 weeks time just to.
I mean, look,
if there's desire, I can withdraw the motion to amend it to the 22nd.
Let's say the 26th. Let's just get it through. Let's get it through March. I mean, if we have somebody who slips in a permit for a house repair, I don't really care.
Well, then I'll withdraw the motion, and then I'll amend the original amendment rather to have it last through the end of March.
Second.
Do we want to do a date specific, Darren?
Preferably, that would be through March 31st.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep. And so that would then that. Oh, I'm sorry, I need a second.
Second.
Yes, it was second.
Okay. So then the council meeting that precedes the expiration, we'll just have a workshop that updates us on where we are on permitting and ensure that we don't need to extend it any further.
That's fair. Thank you for that input, Member.
Darren, legally, is all the rescinding and then the amending motion, or is that?
Yes, if there were no objections to the council member withdrawing the motion, and I did not hear any, then that was okay to go ahead and move forward with the modification.
Okay. So any other comments or questions on this? Seeing none, so we are voting on the amended motion. Madam Secretary, call for that vote.
Member Little,
Aye.
Member Perez,
Aye.
Member Owens,
Aye.
Member Orlando,
Aye.
Member Carbone,
Aye.
Member Camcar,
Aye.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
The motion carries 7-0 to amend resolution number R 2021-42 to extend the date of the permit, waiving the permit fees to March 31st, 2021.
Sorry about that. I didn't have a pen that works anymore. So now we have to actually vote on the amended motion, the now amended.
Yep, vote on the motion as amended.
As amended. Yeah, sorry. Madam Secretary, any other comments or questions? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, would you call for that vote?
Member Hernandez,
Aye.
Member Little,
Aye.
Member Perez,
Aye.
Member Owens,
Aye.
Member Orlando,
Aye.
Member Carbone,
Aye.
Member Camcar.
Aye.
The motion carries 7-0.
All right, good business, folks. Moving on to new business item number 9. Councilmember Perez, could you place that on the agenda?
Surely will. Consideration possible action, resolution number R 2021-35. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We're in the staff report.
It's entirely the council's prerogative, but after an election, it's good, and I think it is called for to review your rules of an order of business, how you conduct your meetings for the upcoming years. And so we made a couple of housekeeping and other suggestions, but again, this is entirely the council's prerogative on how you want to take these or not. So,
Okay, with that, we'll move to council input, discussion, questions.
I've got one. The last one there, if you pull something off of the consent agenda, then it's not until after you get through with the new agenda, then you can discuss it. And on some of the occasions, mainly when I pull one off, I want to answer to it, of the discussion, but I want the people in the audience and people that's, on the video to get the same thing that I do, rather than coming back and say, okay, well, we'll get that to you. Sometimes you get it back, sometimes you don't. But I don't see any reason whatsoever that you can't go ahead on the consent agenda, and if you pull them off, is discuss it before you get to new items. Because sometimes, and we've seen on there that some of them refer to the new items, and so you'll vote on the new item, yes or no, and then come in and discuss it by using this after you get through with the new items. And so if there's information on it that makes you change your mind, what do you do? Go back into the new item, rescind it, and then go into the vote again. So I don't see any reason whatsoever to make that change. All the other changes I have no problem with on there. But when you take stuff off the consent agenda, I don't see any reason to go through all the new items and vote on them and then discuss the ones that come off.
Something that I've appreciated that Mayor Cole has done in the past has been when it made sense, if there was something later on in the agenda, he's pulled it up closer towards the top. And so I think in the situation that Member Owens is referring to, where one of the consent agenda items that was pulled was a prerequisite for another item on the agenda, I trust that Mayor Cole would pull that forward so that that issue could be resolved and there wasn't an issue there. I think kind of staying on the same point, the mayor and our staff spend time to very deliberately order these in a way that the maybe the items that are more of interest to the public are front loaded, and the ones that maybe are more oftentimes require our full energies and attention before we've been sitting up here for 3 or 4 hours are front loaded. So I think it might make a lot of sense to keep the order that they intended, and if there are any questions on the consent agenda, to take care of that after, because as we all know, sometimes we get kind of bogged down in that. And I think if there's a situation where that was a problem, the mayor would be helpful in addressing that.
I would agree with that. I think, letting the consent agenda items, which are generally matters of minor concern, kind of fall to the bottom of the agenda if they're pulled, particularly if we're just asking a question or two. I think that's fine. Most of the citizens come here and they speak on a particular, they want to speak on a particular item that's on new business. And then they have to sit a couple hours, wait for us to talk through some of the consent agenda items that are pulled. I think it's better, more responsible as citizens, particularly those who, again, we more commonly see. I don't think I've ever seen anybody come for a consent agenda item. We typically have people come and want to speak on one of the items on new business. So, kind of getting that out of the way, moving it down to the bottom of the agenda. We still have the opportunity to discuss it. It really is just a formatting issue. I don't really see an issue with it. I do think, I don't know if this is probably not the appropriate time, maybe when we sit down for our workshop, but maybe we can talk about which items that we would like to do by roll call vote and which items we'd like to do by show of hands. We're still doing roll call right now. This is clean it up and allow us to have that opportunity, but something like a simple amendment to an item that doesn't have a whole lot of controversy instead of all of us going one at a time. But I think we need to all agree that what we want to do by show of hands, what we can do by roll call. We don't have to solve that now, but I think these are all worthy changes. I support them.
I would prefer to leave the consent agenda items where they are. I think that makes sense in the flow of the meeting. But that's just my opinion.
In order to do that, it would have to be amended to make that change.
Do what?
Well, there's two other members that feel like they want to make that change. They express that, then we can offer the amendment, and we know the amendment will pass.
Yeah. I will say on just the underlined portion on B, invocation, pledge of allegiance, it says the invocation shall be, which means it has to be led by me or council members. Certainly, if I have somebody in the audience that I'd like to open in prayer and they're willing to do that, the word shall, you know, we have to break that to do that. I'm just.
Could we address that with by the mayor and or his or her designee?
And this was just based upon prior decisions of the city council to structure it this way for a variety of reasons that I won't go into right now, but that was why it was structured that way, to make sure that there was consistency.
Some of which are pretty sensitive, though, if I might, Darren, right? About why, you know, in a really diverse place, we want to rotate it around to people of all, you know, backgrounds.
Correct.
So I have no issue with what the mayor wants to do, and that's something that we have done before. But maybe just kind of preserving the fact that we're going to tend to rotate it unless a mayor's designee in the audience. I don't think any of us would have an issue with that.
I think the intent's there. It's just the word shall. Yeah.
And just so you know that back at that time, there was the discussion about what the law required with respect to meetings and public governmental gatherings. And that time, the Supreme Court has weighed in on that, and it's okay to do so. But the Supreme Court has said, you know, you can't proselytize. And so obviously, that's you lose that control. I can only advise the city council. I can't advise the public on what is or is not allowed in a public forum. So that was one of the reasons that we went there. But obviously, I think that's something that the council can, obviously, if you want to select somebody to do that, then if you choose to do that, then that's something we can always inform the individual.
You know, going back when we first started doing consent agendas on there, that was emergency items that went on there, or only ones that only needed one reading to do that. And that's the only reason we Mayor Reed would say, this is why we got the agenda here and the consent agenda in the beginning. And that was why, you know, we did it through there. But, you know, if there's something that you have in the consent agenda that refers to something that's in the new business, I think you need to discuss that, whatever's in the agenda, consent agenda, if you're going to, you know, pull it off and discuss it before you get the actual.
I think the way we can handle that, and I want to echo what Councilmember Orlando mentioned. So you know, we have an agenda and we have a flow to the agenda, and if a consent agenda item also is tied or has, you know, another agenda item towards the end. I mean, council members pull items. So if, you know, if a council member wants to, you know, pull consent item C, and it's tied to new business 3, then let the mayor know, and then we can, hey, if I don't see any objection, are we okay to put C next to 3 and, you know, have that discussion and that vote, because they're kind of related. I think we can do that. It's all transparent, but if it's just a typical item we just want to pull and it doesn't have anything else, whether it goes at the front or the back really doesn't
Yeah, because some of them, you know, on the consent agenda may, you know, actually impact the budget in something later on down in the new business. And so you would kind of like to speak about those things in order before you ever got to it to make that decision. In the new business.
I just don't recall that ever happening. I mean, typically when we have two votes that are coupled together, they're on new business next to each other so we can discuss them. I don't remember ever having a consent agenda item that, you know, it's on consent agenda because we don't believe that it merits discussion because it is a routine or small matter of business. I don't remember ever seeing something in consent agenda that would affect a new business.
If I could, Darren, there's always
was put on the consent
opportunity.
agenda
Sorry, for any council member to motion to suspend the rules, correct? I mean, at any point, we could always make that motion.
I mean, some of the things, just like you
Generally,
said,
when you're
with
speaking of suspending the rules, that would be with respect to the city council, the Robert's Rules of Order, when we're suspending the rules. That's what we would typically be suspending the rules for.
Yeah, and that's just if we could at any point make that motion to move an agenda item out of its regular order, correct?
Absolutely. Oh, anytime that we're going through an agenda, we can always take an item out of order.
Yeah, so if that scenario did come forward and it was important to any member, any of us could make that motion.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Well, the point being, too, is a lot of the contracts that we have that comes out on, just like the one on New World, that was on the consent agenda. And that's because we had the contract with 3 or additional bringing it up again to vote. So it just come in on the consent agenda because it was there. So, like I say, it was $123,000 deal on there. But that's other ones, and we even did some on.
I see you, Mr. Camcar. I'm coming to you.
To get that, but I guess the thing that since this was yours, city manager, what was your reason for doing that, putting it on there? I want to get that from you.
No, it's a recommendation because, as was said by several, the consent agenda is there for a reason. There are things that are renewals. And so New World that you mentioned was a renewal, and there's 0. It's just a question when you deal with them. It's not a question whether you can talk about them or not. So, and as mentioned, the matters for business sometimes can get lost, and people are here for those items. And so it's just a prioritization suggestion. So however the council wants to handle it, you should go forward and do that.
Well, that's the only reason that I mentioned it, and using that as one example is because if we come through and if we've had problems like we had with New World, then I think it should be pulled off and discussed and not just, okay,
To be clear, there was 0. You can always pull it off no matter what. It's about when you talk about it. So
I mean, that way it doesn't wait to the end of the.
I think the consent agenda, the way we've been doing it's working fine. If we have an issue that comes up during a meeting, we can address it then. But if it's not broke, don't fix it. It's just, we're beating this thing to death. Let's just continue on.
Councilmember Camcar, getting to you.
Yeah, I'd like to discuss the city attorney briefly. Page 432 of the packet, item 9 on the voting, under the item 9 in the document. So we're not mandating a roll call vote. So in theory, if we were going to do a record vote on a tally of hands, could I get an example of how another city conducts this versus doing a roll call vote, which is what we've been doing?
When the charter amendments occurred, the rationale for transitioning to a record vote was really to pave the way for us to move forward in the future at some point with electronic voting. The idea would be, and again, I don't know exactly what it's going to look like when that occurs and if it occurs, but that would be like you would have something you could vote on, and then there would be a board, tally board showing each council member and how they would vote on an individual matter, whether they vote for or against, and then those votes would then be reflected in the minutes. And so there's a record vote of each council member and how they voted that would be visible through the minutes. And then secondly, it would also be visible through a televised meeting with the camera that would show the board voting, or for also anybody that would be present at the meeting could also see that. So the public would have a clear indication. Now that's what that was what was the rationale for the change through the charter. Record vote is exactly that. It could be done by a show of the hands, and if the council chose to do that, that is not what had been discussed up until this point in time, and that would be something the council could discuss how y'all would want to proceed in that manner.
Yeah, I can provide some historical context. Even here in the city of Pearland, years ago, for example, ordinances were voted on by a voice vote. Each member, resolutions were done by a show of hands. And then after the show of hands, it was council members, boom, boom, and boom, voted yes, and others voted no. and that was entered into the official record, in that way. I think how we do that, it'll be a little different than what we're used to, but it will be something pretty simple. My biggest concern is just making sure that votes are actually recorded and tied back to an individual council member for transparency reasons, accountability reasons, all the reasons that people want to make sure that they are. How we do that is less important to me as long as we've got the transparency and the accountability to it.
I would say if you want an example, you can go to Alvin. They've got a board. It's like a game show, so you can get to wait and see if you win or lose. Like, hey, you got your development, or you didn't know you lose. But they just have a push button and they reveal the votes. The idea they have, their justification is that it's you don't allow one, as the roll call goes, you don't allow one person's positive or negative vote to affect one that's down the line. I think that I'm not a big fan of the game board, but I think by show of hands, it just allows the meeting to move a little faster. For consent agenda, we can all say, hey, show of hands, and that way we're done a little quicker. It's not deal killer if we don't do that, or if we don't ever adopt that rule. It's just procedurally, it's a little easier. I think maybe we don't continue to belabor the point with respect to the consent agenda. I'm going to offer an amendment to eliminate item 1 from the motion. That's the roll call one.
Second.
All right, so we can just vote on it and find out whether we want to move forward or not.
Wait, can we?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry.
The item number 1, the section revises the order of the agenda to place items removed from the consent agenda after new business items are considered, removing that item from the motion.
Are you saying I or 1?
The 1.
1, section 6. This section
He's talking about under the background, under executive summary background, we've got the proposed substantive revisions. And so number 1 of those revisions refers to section 6.
I'm sorry, I was on the wrong page.
Yes, sir.
It's all right. It's all right. My fault. It's totally my fault. Should have been more clear.
So just to clarify, there is a motion on the table right now that would to remove to change the order to what it currently is.
The motion to eliminate the request as is written in the agenda item and has been moved to revise the order of the agenda to place matters, remove consent agenda to afternoon business. So the motion is to just not revise anything in section 6 related to the order.
To maintain the status quo of what we currently
maintain status quo with this.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. Thanks.
Is that
you're such a wordsmith?
There's a motion.
I think the idea behind that was it would be late in the evening and Woody removes everything from the consent agenda. He'll be too tired to talk for 3 hours.
Yeah, can we put on there, it can be removed by anybody but Woody?
Second.
All right. So that's actually a motion amendment on the table. Yes. Do we have a second to that?
Member Carbone, second.
Okay, I didn't hear it. We have a motion and a second to amend, and basically what we're doing is keeping the status quo on matters removed from the consent agenda, if I understood the motion. All right. So we have an amended motion. Any other comments or questions on the amended motion? All right. Seeing none, Madam Secretary, a call for the vote.
Member Perez?
No.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
No.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Kamkar?
To get clarification, this is on the amendment to remove out and keep the same rules on the consent agenda. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I am no.
Member Hernandez?
No.
Member Little?
No.
The motion fails 5-2.
Okay, so we are back to the regular motion as presented, correct?
That is correct.
Mayor, I believe Member Kamkar has a comment.
Yes.
Yeah. I would like to make a motion to amend item number 9 on the document in the PDF. It's page 432 to the very end of that paragraph. All items greater than $500,000 in value, subject to a roll call vote.
Could we hear before we entertain a second on that from Darren? What is the current rule?
I'm just trying to find what section are we referring to?
On voting, item 9, voting, he wants to include where it says, here, the vote on all ordinances and resolutions shall be taken by record vote, which may include roll call and entered into the city's official record. He's wanting to add language that anything over $500,000 be a roll call vote. Is that correct, Mr. Kamkar?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. First of all, that would actually contradict the charter. The language that we have here was only changed in this rule because that's the way the charter reads. So that would have the net effect of essentially changing a charter provision, which we can't do. That can only be changed by the voters.
Okay.
So we're stuck with this, is what you're telling me?
Well, this is, again, what the voters approved, and this is in the city charter. So in essence, I don't want to say you're stuck with it, but that is the rule until another charter amendment would be proposed.
But perhaps if I could offer the parameters currently, go back to Member Orlando's question of what can and cannot be put on the consent agenda. Are there parameters that potentially we could beef up there?
I think this is a separate question, right?
Where Kamkar is asking. I'm just for a point of clarification.
And just to be clear, the council rules do not address that specifically.
Yeah, not in the council rules, but I mean as a separate conversation. That's something we could potentially entertain.
If the council wants to
Maybe, but we can always pull stuff off still. So why put more rules up front? We can take it off if we want to take it off.
So generally speaking, staff puts items $300,000 or less in the consent item. Also, just recurring types of things, recurring second readings.
That are unanimous.
Right. Anything that was unanimous on the first would go back on the consent agenda. Those are general parameters that goes into the consent. Obviously not everything that's in the budget that is already approved, but like I think we had what was on there tonight.
Maybe if we could get clarification for
office supplies,
council
recurring
at
office
some point.
supplies.
We don't have to continue to go over this, but
Yeah.
I think if that clarification can be pushed maybe to provide some consideration for Member Kamkar, maybe in the future.
Yeah, I think it's important to know, it allows us to use the roll call vote. It doesn't require us to use the roll call vote.
Correct.
We can set a policy. We just can't write it into the charter because that requires a referendum by the voters.
Because if we want to be more, in this case, more strict, we can be. We just can't be less strict. Right. So, any other questions?
Wouldn't it require a second vote, or wouldn't it require another action later on for us to do anything differently than what we're doing right now?
Correct.
Okay, then I'm fine with it.
We can change the policy. We
Great.
just can't change the charter unilaterally. Right. So, but again, as long as we are tying votes back to the individual members, people
Right.
can see it in the minutes. So, all right. Any other questions or comments? We will have yet another roll call vote. Madam Secretary. Madam Secretary, let's call for the vote.
Member Perez,
Aye.
Member Owens,
I didn't get mine, did I? No.
Member Orlando,
Aye.
Member Carbone,
Aye.
Member Kamkar,
No.
Member Hernandez,
Aye.
Member Little.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-7 to adopt resolution number R 2021-35.
5-2.
Sorry. It's late.
It's late. All right, moving on in the agenda, item number 8, Mayor Council issues for City Council. There are none. Item number 9, executive session under Texas Government Code. We will be adjourning into executive session under section 551.074, personnel matters regarding City Council ratification of the city manager's appointment of the chief financial officer. And we will be moving into exec session at 9:41.
For Texas-sized shaved ice, a stop at Texas Snow Fruit in Alvin, Texas is a must. Come on in, let's take a look. When you're traveling through Texas, you're bound to get hungry. Join Joe as he eats his way through the Lone Star State. This is Texas Chronicles Pit Stop with Joe Perez. My friend told me about a food truck in Alvin that was serving up some delicious and creative treats, so I had to try them out.
We're here at Texas Snow Fruit today, and we sell specialty snow cones. They're all natural, they don't have any food dyes, and they're made with all natural flavorings. Our number one has been the Orange Dreamsicle. The Orange Dreamsicle is our orange flavored shaved ice, which is topped with vanilla cream, and our vanilla cream is just super yummy. And then it's topped with a orange dreamsicle, those orange dreamsicles that you remember from 4th grade field day. We do other things with fresh fruit, like our strawberry cheesecake, which has strawberries, fresh strawberries in it. Our mangonada, which is mango shaved ice with chamoy and tahini. But all of our shaved ice is all natural and super yummy.
Oh man, that's good. Oh yeah, that's really good.
One of the things that we try to do is we try to have things that don't have unnatural food dyes in them. We try to find some things that are a little bit healthier. And so our daughter has a food dye allergy, and so that's how we came upon these snow cones. We really try to search. Now, some of the things we have do have non-natural food dyes in them. We have them by request, so if you have an allergy, you can let us know. But we have things like gummies and specialty sprinkles and whipped cream and all kinds of fun toppings. We can make it pretty special.
The treat that blew me away had snickerdoodle flavored ice, cinnamon sugar, vanilla ice cream, vanilla cream drizzle, whipped cream, and a snickerdoodle cookie on top. Wow, the smell was intoxicating.
So we're in Alvin. We are in Scopell Square, which is just a little food truck park that's across from the Stanton's grocery store. And it's just a little food truck park here, kind of in the downtown part of Alvin, where you can hang out and have a snow cone. You can find us on our website at texassnowfruit.com, and you can follow us on social media. We're on Instagram, we're on Pinterest, and we're on Facebook at Texas Snow Fruit, and we'll post our weekly special. So every week on Tuesday, we'll post what our special is for the week, and we'll have it till we run out. If you follow us there, you'll be able to see what our specialty will be for the week.
For a sweet treat to beat the Texas heat, a stop into Texas Snow Fruit is a must.
I've been around antiques basically my whole life. Dad has always wanted an antique store since I was 6.
I saw the for sale sign, called my wife, said, "You know the store's for sale?" Said, "The one in Pearland? Let's try to buy it." One thing led to another, and here we are. I never thought it would really happen. I've met, I can't even say hundreds of people. You realize that once you buy the store, that it's not just retail. People come in and they have a story. Sometimes they want to hear a story about something they're buying.
Being here and having people from Pearland bring in things that are 100 years old that's from Pearland, having that inside of the store really makes it to where you can see the entire history of Pearland in one building.
I'm amazed at everything that comes in the door. It's so unique about the stuff that comes in. You're always amazed. You're always amazed at the stories that come in with it. All of a sudden you go, wow, I appreciate the fact that someone made something 100 years ago that I can still use today.
Some things that sets us apart from other shops is we have such a variety of different interests, and we're not so big that you get tired in the middle of shopping in an area like some of the bigger antique malls and things like that. Pearland's an excellent place to do business. What I see is that it's really kind of hard to find places to move into to open a business. It's because opportunity is just leaps and bounds here.
You know, the people in Pearland, I would go as far as say the people in Texas, but the people in the Houston area are definitely the friendliest people in the country. You know, it's always, hey, hi, how's it going? And Pearland is a welcoming city.
Each year, hurricanes and major flooding threaten cities, towns, and rural homes across the Gulf states. So chances are there will be more storms and floods near here again. And between school, sports, and social lives, chances are you won't be with your kids when it happens. Will they know what to do? Ready.gov/kids has all the educational tools and information to make the conversation easy. When the time comes, chances are they'll feel prepared, not scared. So talk with your family today.
Just like the rest of the world, this has been a tough few months for Pearland. A time marked by uncharted territory that forced quick adaptation, new experiences, changing circumstances, and new struggles. The response to COVID-19 has brought out the best in our community and our wonderful public servants across the board. We look to those that shape and protect Pearland for inspiration. We admire their courage, their work, and their innovative spirit. But you, our Pearland community members, are role models too. The ones who stay prepared and informed, check on neighbors, and remain steadfast as these times change and come together to protect your community. So stay safe, stay strong, and keep going. We can do this together. We know these times have been challenging for many of us. Between caring for family and friends and adjusting to a new home and work lifestyle, waiting in lines and pushing our internet connections, we know that this has not been easy.
We recognize the strength and resiliency of our community, and we want to thank you, our residents and businesses, for your continued support through these times. But we're not done yet.
As we slowly begin to reintegrate into what we consider our new normal life, like returning to our usual workspaces and restarting our social lives, we still want to maintain some of these practices.
It's imperative to continue following recommendations of our health officials, such as hand washing, social distancing, and covering your coughs and sneezes to help curb and prevent COVID-19 spread in our community, even as case counts drop and recoveries climb. Stay informed and stay smart.
So please, continue to do your part. And once again, Pearland, thank you.
Hello, we're the Pearland Fire Department. As we get closer to summer, we wanted to share with you some important information about water safety.
Every year, first responders across the world respond to increasing calls for service related to water emergencies. Drowning is the third leading cause of death among children.
Despite what you see on TV, drowning is quick and silent. You might have less than a minute to react and recognize what's happening. It can also happen in less than an inch of water.
Remember to always watch your child while in and around water without distractions. Children should be taught to swim at an early age. Professional swim lessons can be easily found in your area.
There are 5 survival skills your child should master, along with learning how to swim. Your child should be able to step, or jump in water over his head and resurface on his own. Your child should be able to float or tread water for 1 minute without any assistance. They should be able to turn around in a full circle and find an exit from the water. Swim 25 yards to the exit. They must be able to exit the water without using any ladder or stairs.
Here are a few tips that can help you with water safety.
Drain all water from bathtubs after bath time. Remove water from buckets and wading pools when you're done using them and store them upside down.
Keep doors to bathrooms and laundry rooms closed. Keep toilet lids closed and use toilet seat locks to prevent drowning.
Please never leave kids unattended near water, and find out about how you can become an all-star in your community by learning CPR. For more information, please go to pearlandtx.gov/fire.
Hi Pearland, my name is Mary Kate Ward. I'm the Youth Development Coordinator for the City of Pearland, and I am here to teach you how to make a wonderful face mask like I have on right now. First thing you need to know is that you don't need to be an expert. Even though I have a sewing machine at home, doesn't mean I'm amazing at sewing. So I'm going to give you the basics. First thing you need to start out with is your fabric. If you are not a regular visitor to the fabric store, don't worry. You can use just a regular handkerchief like I have here. Again, I know this is a very muted tone, but we're gonna use it anyway. Second thing is, I'm gonna teach you how to use the template that'll give you this style of a face mask. I like this face mask because when I put on my glasses, it doesn't fog it up. So, good. Other than the fabric, what you'll need is elastic, or you can use strips of fabric, but you need to cut it to the exact dimensions to fit over your ear to make it secure on your face. You'll also need a very nice heavy-duty pair of scissors, or for me, I use a rotary cutter. But again, I sew on a regular basis, so that's why I have my good stuff. This is the template we are using. The template will also be connected in a link down below, and we have it in small, medium, and large. So what I have on right now is the medium style. Let's get cutting. All right, so I'm just gonna outline the template onto the fabric that I'm using. I am gonna use all 4 of the cuts are gonna be the same fabric. And it doesn't need to be perfect. You just need that kind of guide and outline. So now that I got my guide, or my template is marked out, I'm gonna use a straight edge to help me guide with a rotary cutter. You can use a ruler or whatever you have on hand that will keep it that straight edge. So for the next part, I'm just gonna use my scissors to cut around. You don't need to be precise and exact, but if you keep all 4 of the templates together, that'll make it easier when you're starting to sew. All right, so we have our templates ready to go. If you can see, we have 4 of the templates that we will sew together. Ready? All right, we will start with the curved part of the fabric. I will point out I use these kinds of clips. With these clips, it just keeps it together because depending on the fabric, when you start to sew, it could cinch in and that could throw you off. You don't have to, again, go to a crafting store just to get the clips. You can use paper clips, you can use pens, whatever will keep it in place, and it will not interfere with the actual line of the sew. So I want to cut it to where it is a little bit of the fabric showing. So it's about 3/8 of the way in, and we'll start our sew. Okay, so once you've got your two sewn together, then what you're gonna do is you're gonna put them together. And again, we're gonna sew it to where we have the seam on the part facing us, because once we get done sewing, then we're gonna flip it inside out and it'll give that nice seam where you won't see all the stitches. Okay, so we've got everything sewn in, so we're gonna flip it inside out and see how good this looks. Nice and easy. So this is our good beginning. Now we're gonna secure the elastic. I do about 6.5 inches whenever I'm doing it, because I need a good amount hidden under so I can clip it. And when I clip it, and then sew the seam, this clip will not get in the way of the actual seam. All right, and again, the first couple of face masks that you'll do, it's a learning curve. So you'll learn what length you'll need. I could give you dimensions, but your face is different than my face. All right, so we have our face mask. I do want to point out, if you are using the iron and seam, the no-sew, when it gets down to the actual getting that elastic on, it may not be successful, because anytime you pull on it, that's going to put some stress on that no-sew. So you might just want to get out your needle and thread and do it by hand, just making sure that it is securely in there. So with that, you now have everything you need to make a face mask. So stay safe, Pearland, and look good while you're doing it.
Pearland is one of the fastest growing cities in the nation. And that's for a lot of great reasons. Set in sunny Texas just south of Houston, Pearland is a very diverse and globally connected community and has something for everyone. Houston is the 4th largest city in the nation and affords Pearland easy access to world-class entertainment, easily accessible airports with connections to wherever you want to go. And whether you work in the world's largest medical center or in downtown Houston, living in Pearland puts you minutes away all week and miles away all weekend. Enjoying life in Pearland is easy because you can easily enjoy a lot of everything. From fitness classes to festivals. From playdates in the park to swim meets in a world-class natatorium, elbow room, and the community. Stellar schools. With strong academic rankings, Pearland students are scholars. Home to one of the nation's best steakhouses, we are famous for barbecue and Mexican food, plus Chinese, Italian, sushi, Greek, Thai, burgers, Indian, and so much more. Amazing neighbors and lots of house for the money in neighborhoods with many, many amenities. And you've probably heard of our champion Pearland Little Leaguers, sort of a big thing around here. Oh, and so is our football. There's oodles of shopping. What's more, when it comes to business, business is booming in Pearland. And that means careers, and lots of them. Pearland, only minutes from Houston, and the beach, is the land of friendly neighbors, low crime, exciting careers, fun food and festivals, stellar education, and winning sports. Now you know, Pearland has a lot to love. Pearland, prepare to love it.
I'm Officer Wells with the Pearland Police Department, and I'd like to take this moment to talk to you about firearm safety in the home. The Pearland Police Department has recently partnered with Project Child Safe to provide free gun locks to our community. These gun locks can be found here at the Pearland Police Department lobby, located at 2555 Cullen Parkway. Lobby hours are from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. 7 days a week. Firearms are securely stored in a location inaccessible to children and unauthorized persons. Sporting firearms are unloaded before they are brought into the home and never loaded while in the home. When firearms are removed from storage, they are always carefully checked to confirm they are unloaded. Ammunition is stored under lock and key, separate from the firearms. A message to kids about firearm responsibility. Don't go looking for firearms in your house or a friend's house. If you find a firearm in your house or anywhere else, leave it alone. Don't touch it, and don't let anybody else touch it. Tell an adult. Even if the firearm looks like a toy, don't touch it. Some real firearms look like toys. Don't take a chance. Tell an adult. Remember, if you find a firearm, don't pick it up. Just leave it alone. Tell an adult right away.
Hey guys! Mary Kate here with our Camp at Home series. This week's theme is Olympics at Home. If you can see behind me, we have the Olympic rings, which are normally connected, but they are practicing some social distancing, which is the smart plan. This week, we have some fun, interactive, competitive games that you can do at home. We have about 5 games that we're going to show you. And when I say we, I have 2 of my best teammates that are going to help me along. In these activities, all you will need is a positive spirit. We will be using some camp equipment in with these games, but we're going to show you some alternatives if you don't have all the equipment that we have. If you're ready, let's get going. Our first teammate is the Pearland Parks and Recreation Athletic Specialist, Miss Miranda.
Hey guys, let's get competitive.
Our second teammate is the Pearland Parks and Recreation Adaptive Recreation Specialist, Miss Araceli.
Hey there, let's get inclusive.
Let the games begin. The first game we're going to show you is called the Bubble Race. What you will need for this activity is some bubbles and something to use for the ring. We are using a hula hoop. If you don't have a hula hoop, what you could do is use anything you want to make a ring, as long as the bubbles can travel through it. Let's go over the rules. This is a timed race, and time starts as soon as you step over the line. If you step over the line and your bubble pops, you can go back over the line and start again. And the time will stop as soon as the first bubble goes through the ring.
Hey guys, welcome to our next game, Air Pong. All you need is your imagination, some balloons, and a way to mark off your play area, keeping 6 feet in between the 2 areas. We are using these fancy schmancy mats today, but you can use anything from pillows, pillowcases, to sheets to mark off your areas. The object of the game is to get the balloon to land in your opponent's designated play area. That will give you a point. If the balloon lands outside of the opponent's designated play area, your opponent gets the point, and the person who receives the point is the next one to start with the balloon.
So one way to adopt this game is by introducing pool noodles. If you have 2 siblings, one who is older and maybe one who is younger, you can give the younger one a pool noodle so that they can have that extra reach. You can also use this for children who may not have that reach capacity. Maybe they can't raise their arms as high. You can give them the pool noodle and it'll help them participate in the game, and so everyone can play together.
For our next activity, we will be doing soft slide. For this, you will need a measuring tape and something to create your starting line. The object of the game is to slide as far as possible, and whoever has the longest slide wins the game. So, what you will do first is you will get a running head start and slide as far as you can past the line.
If you do happen to run past the line, you will be disqualified.
One-on-one.
Woo!
I got it right! For our next activity, we will be doing a paper airplane contest. The object of this game is to see who can launch their airplane the furthest. For this, you will need some paper, a starting line, and for your airplane, you can pick whatever design you like. This one is mine. So, let's get started.
The last game we have for you is called Secret Agent. It is a dodgeball style game. The whole idea is that you are trying to keep your witness, which is a 2-liter bottle, up and alive the longest. I will be playing the Secret Agent, trying to protect the bottle in the middle. We have 2 attackers that are going to be on the outside throwing beach balls at the witness, trying to knock it down. My job is to keep the bottle up as long as possible. You're ready? Let's get started. And time starts now. Oh! I knocked it over. So, time would stop. And it doesn't matter if I knock it over or if one of the beach balls knocks it over. Time stops, and the one that keeps their witness alive the longest wins. All right, guys, so those are the games that we have for you at our Olympics at home. Whenever you're doing these games, remember to
have fun,
stay safe,
and stay active. Bye!
Welcome to Adventures with Educatey. This month we're doing a special episode for Plastic-Free Awareness, which happens in the month of July. So we're gonna go through some really fun, intricate ways that you can be plastic-free and help the environment at home and maybe at the office too. So, one of the ways that you can be plastic-free is by choosing the correct type of water bottle. So instead of choosing a plastic water bottle, like the one I have here in my bag, you can use a reusable water bottle. Okay? By having a water bottle that you can reuse and drink out of time and time again, you are actually helping to save the environment. Another way that you can be plastic free is when you're grocery shopping. You can put your groceries into a reusable canvas bag like this one, or any other type of reusable bag, or even a tote of some kind. And when you're choosing your produce, instead of using a plastic bag that's this one that will just get used for maybe a few minutes and then tossed into the trash and stay in the environment for pretty much ever, you can actually buy reusable cloth bags that you can put your produce in. If you're worried about them getting dirty, guess what? They're machine washable. Okay? If you're worried about washing in the machine, you can wash them in your sink too. So by using a reusable bag, you're helping to put less trash and waste into our environment. So if you're like me, you like to have a nice, bright, white smile. But you want to make sure that you're choosing products that are helpful to the environment as well as helpful to creating a nice, bright smile. So instead of using a plastic toothbrush, you can use a bamboo toothbrush. And yet one more way that you can be plastic free is by using a reusable straw like this one, or this one, or even this one. By using that reusable straw, you're actually helping to keep straws out of the environment. So in the US, every single day, 500 million straws are used. Now, I don't know about you, but that's the last straw. So remember, when you're trying to go plastic free, no one's perfect. Just try little habits every single day and it will eventually add up and make a world of difference. Hi everybody, we're here on location at Keep Pearland Beautiful and we're joined with the programs director, Lenora. Hello. So today we're going to go inside the recycling center and learn a little bit about what they do every day and how many recycling products they're able to process. So let's go.
We are Keep Pearland Beautiful and we took over the Stella Roberts Recycling Center in 2016. And since then we're still making a few changes. So we'll start off when you drive through. You'll get greeted with 3 screens, and so I have 3 spots to stop at. We have our metal section. We also take electronics and small and large appliances. The tip with that is if it has an electrical cord, we'll take it. Even Christmas lights, those are some of the odd things that we take that a lot of people have questions, extension cords, anything with the metal outside. We've even taken some odd things like a jacuzzi, a treadmill, things like that. If it's metal, we'll take it. And so for our glass, we have clear glass and we have colored glass. And so we do separate these items, and this is the only item we actually process in-house. We have our shredder outside that we do crush it, and it either crushes it into glass rock or glass kind of sand, takes it back to how the glass was made of. All 3 of these bins right here are a mixture of paper, plastic, and cardboard. And so plastics 1 through 5 and 7, we do not take plastic number 6, which is like styrofoam, solo cups, things like that. We don't take those items.
So with all of this you guys have available, how much does it cost for someone to drive through and drop off all the recycling?
So it is free for household recycling. It's free to anybody. It doesn't matter if you're a resident of Pearland, where you live, you can bring the paper, plastic, and cardboard and glass, all those types for free. The only thing is a little bit different from other recycling centers. We do take household hazardous waste. So it's like paint, pool chemicals, fertilizer, those types of items. We do charge if you're not a Missouri County resident or if you're not a Pearland resident. And that's going to be $1 per pound.
So thank you again so much for letting us come into the recycling center today, Lenora. Can I have a Wi-Fi? Boom! Awesome. So if you guys are interested in coming through the recycling center, or if you want to get more information, their website again is mykpb.org or mykpb.org.
Coming up on Texas Parks and Wildlife.
They are so mysterious. People don't see them.
This year with the huge influx, people aren't used to seeing this many turtles. We weren't used to seeing this many turtles.
Anytime you see one getting even a little bit close, your heart starts racing.
Texas Parks and Wildlife, a television series for all outdoors.
Nobody knows anything about what the hell's going on with mountain lions out here. They don't. Mountain lions are out here, and that's all people know. They are so mysterious. People don't.
Yeah, the whole council is going to.
Okay, well, I'm looking through 3 glasses here, so it's sometimes I miss somebody. All right, calling regular session back into order at 10:17 p.m. Moving to new business continued, item number 10. Councilmember Perez, would you place that on the table?
Yes, Mayor, I move that we move forward with hiring of the finance director as discussed in executive session. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other staff report or comment? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Sure.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
I abstain.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Little?
Aye.
The motion carries 6-1. Yeah.
Actually, 6-0.
It's a 0 with
abstention. So, I know. So with that, we're moving to item 11, other business. There is none. Item 12, adjournment. We'll call this council member meeting adjourned at 10:18 p.m.